should have Commissioner Miller here very shortly, I would suppose. And this September 11th, 2014, 10th, I'm ahead of myself. This September 10th, 2014 City Commission meeting will come to order. Madam City Manager.
For those who care to do so, please stand and join us in the invocation. Dear God, on tomorrow, September 11th, we will remember an event that changed our nation forever. We give thanks for those public servants and their families who sacrificed so much and worked tirelessly in their community's time of need. We give thanks for the privilege of serving a nation and a city we cherish. Grant us the wisdom and guidance to make a difference in our community and in our world, and to lead with the boldness that befits the public servants who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Unite us in our common goals. This we pray. In your name, amen.
Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I don't see Commissioner Miller. Is she here today?
She is here. She's coming.
Okay. Where are we then?
We are on agenda modifications.
Any agenda modifications?
We do have one item. There's Commissioner Miller that has been pulled for on the consent agenda that has been pulled for presentation or discussion, and that is item number 9.09, which is authorization to initiate abandonment of Goodbody Lane right-of-way between Appalachia Parkway and Lafayette Street.
Sure.
Commissioner Miller asked that that be pulled for presentation.
We'll pull that.
That's the only mod that I have.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next item. Next item?
Next item, citizen input, I believe.
Citizen input?
Mayor, we have a number of speakers tonight on a couple of different topics. I will ask speakers to come to the microphone to my right, your left. You'll have 3 minutes for your remarks. A light will be green and then turn red at that point. I'll also remind you when your time has expired. At this point, we'll have speakers on items that are not scheduled for public hearing. Public hearing items, the citizens will be heard with each individual hearing. And with that, the first speaker is Erwin Jackson. He will be followed by Kelly Oddie. And I'll ask speakers, if they will, to give your name and address for the record. That's an introduction of ordinance, correct? And so there's no public hearing, so now would be the appropriate time, correct, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes.
Now would be appropriate.
Erwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. After a recent election, the Tallahassee Democrat proclaimed that Commissioner Gillum enjoyed a landslide victory. Unfortunately, about 80% of the registered voters in our community didn't bother to vote. They've given up on this commission and dropped out of the political process. Many have concluded that politicians are simply looking out for themselves, and thus why bother? There was a landslide victory that all citizens can enjoy. Over 20,000 citizens came forward and demonstrated and demanded an independent ethics board and officer be established in Tallahassee. Never in the history of Tallahassee has so many citizens came forward supporting a single initiative. Unfortunately, Andrew Gillum, Miller, and John Marks have failed to see the obvious need for an independent ethics officer without their direct or even indirect control. Ordinance 14044 will result in the hiring of a staff person who will be accountable to a city attorney, Lou Shelley, the same city attorney who looked the other way when the commissioners wanted an unauthorized pay raise disguised as deferred compensation. The same attorney who advised Scott Maddox to just get up and walk away when faced with conflict of interest votes. As a staff person to the Ethics Commission, the Ethics Advisory Panel, Lou Shelley worked tirelessly to retain control of the proposed ethics officer. Controlling the ethics officer would protect all city commissioners from complaints of self-dealing and unethical actions. This city government's biggest fear is transparency. Therefore, it was not surprising that Lou Shelley would seek legal action to silence the 20,000 citizens calling for an independent ethics officer the same one who attempted to silence me with the kill switch. The courts have supported our citizens' right to vote, and for an independent ethics officer, I predict a real landslide victory in November against unethical and self-serving past and in favor of a future of government service based on honesty, integrity, and transparency. Finally, I know it's politically correct to say publicly that this commission, that the effort to create independent ethics offices has nothing to do with current serving commissioners. However, no one in this room believes such rubbish. Make no mistake, this commission is now facing a citizens-led independent ethics initiative because of the self-serving actions of commissioners. I predict that Tallahassee residents will express their dissatisfaction over deferred comp, Honeywell, AD, red light cameras, brew pub, and non-competitive bid contracts. The commission had an opportunity to do the right thing but failed. Proposed Ordinance 14044 is too little, too late, and should not be introduced. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kelly Oddie on item 1302, adoption of the 2014-15 CHSP recommendations. She will be followed by Ellen Piekalkiewicz.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm pleased to be here. I think your job is hard, so I don't envy the leadership role that you have to play. I'm certainly grateful to you, especially as how it relates to human services, for the work that you've done, certainly since the beginning of the CHSP partnership in 1997. So thank you for your continuing work on that. I think the process this year was fair, and I support that you're all going to pass that CHSP recommendation today, so thank you very much. Pay Center for Girls, which is the organization I represent, obviously benefits from being a part of the CHSP process, and we're grateful for that. What I'm really here to ask you is, as soon as this process is over, if we can start looking towards next year. I have some increasing concerns about what's happening with CHSP, and I just kind of like to ring my alarm bell and hopefully pledge to all of you to commit to helping any way that I can. In the last 10 years, since 2004, CHSP has been reduced by about $375,000. In the last 4 years, since 2010, CHSP has been reduced by approximately $950,000. That's $1 million less to human services than we had 4 years ago. And we all know what's happening with human care needs. They're exponentially growing. I don't think that going backwards is wise. And if you look at the allocations over time, that's what it looks like. It looks like in 2002 it kind of peaked, and ever since then it's going backwards. One of the things that I just want to share with you all, and I know that you know this, and I think most of my colleague organizations can also claim this, but just looking at my organization, the Pay Center for Girls, and what we do with girls between the ages of 11 to 17, if we can keep her out of the juvenile justice system, which we're really good at doing, about 96% of our girls won't go into the juvenile justice system, we can save the county and the state taxpayers about $650,000 per girl. So our cost to serve one girl is $8,660. CHP contributes 5% of that, or $433 per girl. Without prevention, the cost to our community is $25,539 per girl. So clearly we either pay now or we pay later. I also have concerns about the continuing decreases and what it's going to do to the organizations in town. I think the more it decreases, the more likelihood organizations are going to find ways to get around the process. And I was there in '97 when we all agreed to come together and not let that happen. And so I don't want to see that happen. I like the collective nature. I like the fact that we all work together, and I want to make sure that that partnership stays strong. But the reality is that if the money keeps going backwards, we're all going to start doing whatever we have to do to get the funding for the organization and the people that we serve. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Sorry. It's Kelly Oddie, 1075 Alameda Drive, Tallahassee.
Kelly thinks that we all know, and we do. Thank you very much, Kelly.
Next is Ellen Piekalkiewicz, and she will be followed by David Ferguson. This speaker also on the CHSP
Yes, Ellen Piekolkiewicz at 2477 Tim Gamble Place, Tallahassee, Florida, 32309.
He tried to pronounce it right.
He did really well.
Really?
Excellent.
She even
He gets
spelled
the
it
gold
phonetically,
star.
and I still didn't get it, Mayor.
No, but you did it like 90%, so very good. Thank you. And I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank the Citizen Review Panel that you're going to be recognizing later for their work on CHSP, and also the city and county and United Way staff, and then, of course, you all for continuing your commitment for funding the program. But we would like to see greater investment in the program. As Kelly said, we are concerned about the decreasing amount in the CHSP pot. Nonprofits in Leon County contribute about $200 million in outside of revenue. They employ about 3,000 people. Our nonprofits are a powerful engine of economic development, and we would like to see that support for CHSP increase. We're currently working on a report that will outline and highlight some of the great work that our nonprofits are doing, and we're going to sponsor a community forum to hopefully inspire increase in the CHSP funding levels, and we hope to work with you this next year to identify an increased number. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker, Mayor, is David Ferguson, speaking on item 1305, Sidewalk Prioritization Policy Update. The next speaker will be Joe Costanzo, also on the same subject.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you again. I'm here to plead for sidewalks. When you look at the revision of whatever guidelines you're going to have sidewalks in the city, I plead for you to say that they end up such that the completion of sidewalks for Shamrock Circle in Killearn is number one on your list. I've been to many meetings. I've been to the sales tax meeting, the Long Range Planning Commission chaired by Commissioner Miller and Scott Maddox, and sidewalks. And when I went to the sales tax committee, you know, sidewalks in Killearn, the completion of sidewalks in Killearn was on Tier 1. Tier 1 was moved up from almost nowhere to Tier 1. Now I don't know where they are. I can't find out where they are. And I'm just here to plead for you to the case for sidewalks in Killearn around Shamrock Circles. We have 4.8 miles on Shamrock Circle, 2.8 miles with sidewalks, 2 miles without sidewalks. Ridiculous. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. If you've ever walked Shamrock Circle, you know what the problem is. People in the street, mothers with baby carriages, students getting off of buses, walking in the streets. And if you haven't been out there, and speeding cars on top of that, if you haven't been out there, I invite you to come out there between the hours of 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. and just see for yourself what kind of problems we have in Killearn. I just don't understand why we can't do this. The only thing I haven't done to try to get sidewalks in Killearn, okay, is to come to the commission in sackcloth and ashes on my knees to beg you to put up the idea and whatever procedures you're going to follow with now with Mr. Mendez. I've talked to him. I've talked to Steve. I've talked to all these people. Nothing is ever completed. Nothing is completed. I don't understand that. We have 4.8 miles, 2.8 miles with sidewalks, 2 miles without sidewalks. The city has the right-of-way. You have the land. You don't have to buy the land. All you can do is build some sidewalks at probably $100 a foot for about $1 million. And what we spend, that would be the best investment this city could ever make. I just guarantee you, I just don't know what's going on. I would just ask you and plead with you that when you look at whatever's coming up later on sidewalks, that you ensure that the guidelines that you develop and approve, okay, ensure that sidewalks for Shamrock Circle in Killearn are number one. I don't know if people don't like Killearn. I don't know what the problem is, why we can't get any help out there, but we get nothing. Been years without sidewalks. And if, like I say, if you walk out there during the hours I ask, you will see exactly what the problem is. Because cars do not go 30 miles an hour around Shamrock Circle in Killearn, no matter what the signs say or what people may tell you. They don't do it. And there are walkers, children, mothers, babies in the sidewalks, okay? I appreciate it. I thank you very much for the opportunity to do it, and I just hope you see your way clear to say whatever guidelines you develop, help us in Killearn, okay?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Joe Costanzo, followed by Janet Hamilton. I believe the remainder of our speakers at this portion are all on the sidewalk prioritization.
All right.
How y'all doing? I just want to thank you for letting me be here. And excuse my voice. I'm a little bit under the weather. I'm the owner of, I've met several of you guys before. The owner.
Excuse me 1 second. Can we get your name and address for the record?
Yeah, Joe Costanzo, 745 Appalachia Parkway.
Thank you.
And anyways, I was saying I've met several of you. A lot of you eat with me. I appreciate it. I'm the owner of the restaurant, the Wharf Restaurant on Appalachia Parkway. We used to be on Magnolia Street. Right as the sidewalk ends, there's an Indian restaurant there now, right on you go down the hill on Appalachia Parkway, or on Magnolia. I was there for 2.5 years, and I can say without a doubt that area where that sidewalk ends is very dangerous. I became very good friends with a lot of the other business owners in that area, and there were several times that we said we're surprised that someone has not either gotten hurt or killed in that area. I know a lot of other areas that there are sidewalks in the city that they do need, but I feel like the Magnolia area needs them a lot more. The main reason is because a lot of the other areas where we need sidewalks is maybe more for jogging or for walking or for, not for work purposes. That area on Magnolia, there's a lot more single parents and single families in that area that have to walk those roads a lot more than a lot of other places that need sidewalks in Tallahassee. I had several families that I employed when we were down there, and they would walk that way to work, and especially with the school being right there, the kids come up there, and several, at that time when the school's getting let out, a lot of those kids are either walking by themselves, or they are with just the single parents, or even with, there was one time there was a family of 4 or 5, and it was a mom with the stroller, and she couldn't even hardly get over the hump where the sidewalk should be, or where they, excuse me, I'm a little bit nervous as well. From the business side, I feel like I've lost a lot of faith in Tallahassee politics with some stuff that I brought up here before and haven't been addressed, and some other emails that I've written haven't been responded to. So I'm really hoping that you guys can give me some of that faith back by choosing the funding to go towards these sidewalks. That's all I had to say, though. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
comments. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Next is Janet Hamilton. She'll be followed by Calvin Zonker.
Hi, I'm Janet Hamilton of 2025 Sumter Avenue. I am here to request sidewalks to be put along the edge of Magnolia so that the two neighborhoods between Woodland Drives and also Indian Head Acres can be joined. I am the example of a mother with 2 children who frequently walks in the neighborhoods as well as uses the parks and also visits the businesses on Lafayette Street. It is very dangerous trying to cross the road with 2 small children and a stroller, and there is no edge along the road where you can push a bike.
Somebody wants your attention right there. No, in the orange shirt.
To push a stroller or to push a bike, the edges of the road are very steep. We've tried a number of times, and really it's just too dangerous, and we no longer do it. So we very much would like to have that portion of Magnolia have a sidewalk.
He wants to speak. Give him a chance.
Why don't you say it?
Well, there's also a crosswalk, but it's very far from our house. And so when I'm riding a bike trying to get to Optimus Park, when I just want to ride my bike to Optimus Park, we have to go a little bit, it's kind of far from our house.
So we do very much appreciate the section of sidewalk that has been installed where Circle Drive is. It doesn't quite match up there, and there's a small portion of sidewalk that has been installed, and we do use that on a regular basis, and it has made it much safer. So please continue that portion of the sidewalk down additional areas. Thank you.
Does the young one want to speak?
Not sure she's quite ready yet.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. And what was his name? You got to give us your name and address for the record.
Jackson.
Okay, Jackson, that's good enough.
Jackson Earl Hamilton.
All right, Jackson Earl. Thank you, Jackson Earl.
Next speaker is Calvin Zonker, and he will be followed by Richard Hopkins.
Thank you. My name is Calvin Zonker. I live on 601 Live Oak Plantation Road. The other speakers talking about sidewalks are going to like what I have to say because I'm suggesting that you not put sidewalks on Live Oak Plantation Road for three reasons. The first is it was established under the idea that this would be a safe route to schools. It has nothing to do with that. Children who go from Live Oak Plantation Road to Gilchrist will have to walk along Timber Lane School Road, which is a long, lonely, desolate road with dense woods on both sides that could harbor who knows who might be there. There are no houses until you get to 1/10 of a mile of Timber Lane Road. I cannot imagine any parent who would let a first grader, second grader, third grader, fourth grader walk at 7:30 in the morning along that long, with no sidewalks. The second reason is the western third of Live Oak Plantation Road has a beautiful canopy of magnificent live oak trees. They're hugging the road. People who have a lot more knowledge than I tell me that putting sidewalks on the other side of these live oak trees will absolutely devastate them. The third reason is the cost. We're a low-density housing. We have low-density housing in our neighborhood. It is 1.6 miles long with 30 houses on the south side. That's one house for every 280 feet, which is almost the length of a football field. There are only 13 houses on the other side. For these 43 houses, you're spending $23,000 per residence to put a sidewalk in front of our house. We don't need it. There is so much need in this city. Use it for these people who are in desperate need. Questions?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that was pretty clear. I think it was pretty clear to me. I don't know. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Richard Hopkins. He'll be followed by Will Hanley.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Richard Hopkins. I'm from 1209 Camellia Drive, about 5 doors off of Magnolia Drive. I have very little to add to what Janet and Jackson Hamilton had to say just now. They're far more eloquent than I. I can't imagine any rational set of prioritization criteria that wouldn't put Magnolia Drive all the way from Lafayette, really all the way around to Monroe Street, very high on the list of streets to be served with sidewalks. It's basically a rural road. It's the survival of the 1940s. It's a rural road in the middle of an urban neighborhood, and it needs to be turned into a street instead of a road. I want to thank Commissioner Gillum and Commissioner Miller for coming to a neighborhood meeting attended by maybe 50 or 60 residents of Indian Head and Woodland Drives, which they got an earful of commentary from the neighbors to this effect. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Next is Will Hanley, and then Doug Martin.
Hello, I'm Will Hanley, 1911 Walhalla Court, Indian Head. So I'm from the South Magnolia gang who are calling for this sidewalk. I want to speak, I guess echoing the two previous speakers, but to talk a little bit about the criteria that you might use in a sidewalk policy that would better reflect the sort of arguments that we're calling for. And I've read the proposed changes to the sidewalk policy. I think that there is room here for making a clear prioritization of transportation sidewalks over recreation sidewalks. And I feel like some of the criteria you're using, such as the question of population density, of housing density, reflects that. Prioritizing places where there's no sidewalk over those that already have one sidewalk, that fits that need. But there are other criteria that you could use for this purpose. I would suggest that safe routes for school and transportation also fit the bill here. But the census, the federal census, has a bunch of data about car ownership rates, about transit use, which show pretty clearly that places like South Magnolia have a real need. You know, we're talking about 15% of the population who don't have access to a car to get around. For me, these are the vulnerable users who really need to have sidewalks provided for them. Now, when I look at criteria such as this question of property owners already suggesting that property owners agreed to donate necessary property to construct sidewalks. In one sense, this is a very worthwhile criteria. It allows the city to move more quickly in constructing these sidewalks. In another sense, however, that puts places such as Tally Villas on South Magnolia at a disadvantage, in the sense that the people who are living there, who have a real interest in building sidewalks and making sidewalks available to them, aren't the ones who can make the decision, can advocate for as property owners for making their space available. My family chooses to live without a car. We have the means, but we choose not to have a car. So we face through choice a lot of the challenges that people don't have a choice about. Challenges in accessing school, challenges in moving longer distances to access stores. And our direct experience of Magnolia shows us that it's the biggest burden in our life, getting around trying to spend the $8,000 that we save a year by not having a car at local businesses. We have trouble getting through Magnolia. I can only imagine that this problem is compounded for people who don't necessarily have that extra $8,000 to spend. And so I call on you to really think about the people who need sidewalks for transportation, and to use the tools such as the census, which allow you to get at that question in determining which areas need sidewalks constructed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have 3 other speakers. We've got about 5 minutes left in what we normally would allot the 30-minute time for speakers at this time.
Well, we will take all 3 of those speakers, and we'll just stop getting additional speakers at this point. But we definitely will take those who signed up at this point in time.
If there are other people who would like to speak, there will be an opportunity at the end of the meeting in our unagended speaker time when we can take up additional speakers as well. So our next speaker is Doug Martin, and he will be followed by Sandy Niebert.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission, Madam City Manager. I'm Doug Martin. I reside at 1312 Nancy Drive, which is on the Gimli and Orange end of the Magnolia. We got into this conversation because the issue of Magnolia sidewalks, thanks to the leadership of Commissioner Gillum and Commissioner Miller and the others, the rest of you who supported it, came forth in the budget process this summer. We in the Indian Head Neighborhood Association have learned a great deal about this complicated issue and waded through hundreds and hundreds of pages of transportation planning that have been put together by your excellent staff. As other speaker mentioned, there was a public hearing in Indian Head, and Commissioner Miller, Commissioner Gillum, Lonnie Ballard, Assistant City Manager, Gabe Menendez of Public Works all attended. Thank you for making them available for us to express our views of this. This project thing that we have learned is that Magnolia is a county road. It may have city right-of-way that is maintained by the city, and then also is part of a Tiger grant, an excellent grant application supported by the city and the county to the Department of Transportation for $13.3 million in sidewalk projects on Magnolia and also in a neighborhood just to the south of Magnolia, more toward Monroe. As part of that, the city and the county have pledged $5.3 million in local match. As part of that, there's $4.7 million in blueprint projects that are contained in there for sidewalks on both and bike lanes on both sides of Magnolia. The county currently has done design work on a multi-use trail, which would be sidewalks and bike paths, at least on, one side of Magnolia. We've heard that they are going to have a public unveiling of those or discussion of them at their budget hearing later. This is a major project which the planning and construction, et cetera, could last all the way through 2019. And what we would ask of this commission is that you retain your prioritization of this project, even though this is a county project. This is a joint project because this is an extremely important project. And by retaining that in your budget, it will, one, show leadership on the project and demonstrate to your other partners, the state, the federal government, the county, that this project is important and that the city is going to put their dollars behind this important project. Thank you very much for your consideration, and thank you for your staff's time on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Sandy Nieder, and then Matthew, I believe it's Kaplan.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sandy Neidert. I live on Chowkeepin-Nini. I'm a resident of Indian Head and on the association. Is that better?
Yes, much better.
We have been working on this issue for years. One of the neighbors and myself, we've been bounced around. We've had a meeting with you, Mayor Marks.
Sure.
You've come to my house, Commissioner Miller. And we've been bounced around between city, county for at least 4 years. The compelling argument for sidewalks on Magnolia is spelled out in a very lovely way in the Tiger Grant. And I know that the Tiger Grant was signed by you, Mayor Marks, and the county commissioner. So certainly in your signature in that you're backing that very compelling argument for sidewalks on Magnolia. And while I'm sure there are lovely people on Live Oak Plantation and important people with spouses of important people, I do believe that I think we can talk about Indian Head and Myers Park and Woodland Drives in a way that talks about a sense of place, which I know that is very important to you. We have a very vibrant community in those three neighborhoods. We have professors, we have artists, we have weavers, we have quilters, we have sculptors. We have a very creative, vibrant neighborhood that is now linked to this beautiful park that you've given us downtown. We need to be able to get there and have connectivity in all those locally owned businesses. We have entrepreneurs. So aside from the very good argument that Will made about access for people who need access from Tulla Villas and beyond, we also have this extremely rich sense of place that I don't think you find in Live Oak Plantation. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Matthew, and he will give the rest of his name and address.
My last name is Kopka, and I represent Woodland Drives here, and I live at 2011 Sumter Drive. I am gratified that so many of my neighbors have turned out to advocate for sidewalks along Magnolia, and I came sort of armed by my neighborhood association president, Mary Frederick, with information and the knowledge that the city has the potential to help jumpstart an effort to create sidewalks along Magnolia. Since my neighbors have done such a fine job already of laying out some of the arguments, I think that maybe I can add some anecdotal evidence that also might be of interest to you. I live just around the corner from Magnolia on the other side of the street from Indian Head, my Indian Head neighbors. And I have a 10-year-old daughter, and for the last 10 years or during her infancy, I was at home working on a dissertation and sought to take her many days to Optimist Park, which is across Magnolia. We had a very, very difficult time navigating the uneven pathways and lack of access for her stroller, and walking down several blocks every day to obtain access to a street that would take us to Optimist Park. In the meantime, we were also at the time members of the Quaker meeting, which is on that curve of Magnolia, and around which traffic progresses very, very quickly, often breaking the speed limit there. Sidewalks on Magnolia, one of the side effects would be that they would serve as a calming influence on traffic there, which would also be very welcome. Finally, just to close, I want to say that at all hours of the day and night, I have seen people coming from the south side on foot along Magnolia, sometimes in the wee hours, trying to traverse that uneven pathway, sometimes perilously close to the street, and have worried for their safety. We need sidewalks there along Magnolia. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think that's all the speakers.
That's correct.
We want to thank all of you all. We will address this issue at the appropriate time. If you want to stay around, please feel free to do so. And I think we got a very fruitful discussion ahead for you on this issue. Very important to all of us. Next item.
We're on consent, Mr. Mayor, and we have one item removed from consent. That is item 9.09, and Commissioner Miller asked that that be
9.09 is pulled. Can I have a motion on the remainder items?
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved and second. All in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Commissioner Miller.
I asked that this be pulled because I had a lot of questions, and the staff's been wonderful about answering those questions for me. But most of those questions arose from folks emailing me and asking questions about the site plan. Many of you probably don't know what this is about. I guess I should mention what this is about. It's about the Chewy's development, which is on Lafayette Street and Goodbody and Appalachian Parkway, near the neighborhood that we've been talking about with the Magnolia sidewalk issue. There were a lot of questions about how this site plan evolved and the abandonment of Goodbody and the resurrection of a brand new Goodbody lane that will lead into as the park for the DeSoto site develops over the years. The Goodbody lane realignment is part of the sales tax package and is intended to support development through 2039. A lot of questions. I felt that it would be helpful for everyone involved, for Wayne Tedder to be able to answer those questions, not just for us, but for the community at large. And it also, he's going to, I hope, address the developments in the multimodal district as he goes along as part of this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Let me just kind of start off and give a little bit of background of why we are bringing this item to you today. It relates to a site that is located in between Appalachian Parkway and Lafayette Street, you see on the south side, and Goodbody Lane. In particular, we're asking you to take some action to initiate the abandonment of Goodbody Lane in this location. Several months ago, we had a developer come to the city and say, we want to develop this site. There's about 7 parcels there. Very constrained site from access perspective to topography, things like that. The initial development that came in for this site was far from what we would call meeting the requirements for our multimodal transportation district boundary. As we got into the site discussion, we looked at a couple of things that were key constraints beyond the topography that I indicated to you previously. And if you can see in this upper right-hand corner, you see the red arrow come in. On Appalachian Parkway, you have a turn lane that actually creates access to Marriott Drive, located just to the north and to the right of this green. That is one of the main issues that we're here talking about access, because as we have gotten this detail based on a real plan coming to us, we've learned that if it's not impossible, it's extremely difficult to get access from Appalachian Parkway to Goodbody Lane. What the developer looked at was another opening on Appalachian Parkway. It's an existing opening located in this area here. Knowing the history that we have with the America's First Christmas site, we began looking at, well, how can we deal with the issue at hand, which was originally Goodbody Lane was going to be the access to the America's First Christmas site. Then there was either a crazy planner with an idea or a planner with a crazy idea. Said, what if we connected the two locations? So we actually create a direct access from Appalachia Parkway, which is exactly what was approved as a sales tax initiative, which is exactly what the state of Florida wants for the first Christmas site, and which is exactly what you all have directed us to try to achieve through a number of initiatives. So let me kind of give you a few visuals from Appalachia Parkway. This is the entrance into Goodbody Lane. As you can see, not only the median that I discussed with you was a major issue for creating that access into Goodbody Lane. Also, you have a significant tree species, and this is something that DOT felt was a pretty important aspect for the BOLD initiative that the state of Florida has for their roadways. Really didn't want to go in and start taking down trees when when it was unnecessary. And to kind of give you a little better visual of the roadway, it is a very narrow roadway. And if you see, we have improvements right on the edge of the back of curb, and it's a very narrow roadway. And I think we estimated about 30 feet of right-of-way within this area. So it's definitely not large enough or wide enough to obtain sidewalks and the boulevard effect that we were trying to achieve for this gateway into the first Christmas site. So then again, looking back towards from Lafayette Street to Appalachia Parkway kind of gives you a view of just what we're contending with. All right, so when staff began to work through these issues, there were a number of things that guided us beyond the America's First Christmas site. And what we have in front of you is the Lafayette Streetscape Study. Most of you were not even on the commission when this was approved, but this was accepted by both the City of Tallahassee City Commission as well as Leon County Board of County Commissioners. And the reason being is that Lafayette Street, which is the street that you see across there, is a county roadway inside the city limits. And it's not uncommon for us to have that situation, but it requires a lot of coordination between Leon County and the City of Tallahassee when we're trying to get to improvements within our community in this type of situation. So you see the site located up in this area. What the Lafayette Streetscape Study called for in this particular area was a green screen, for lack of a better term, to create that continuous green corridor that you see along the roadway today. Now, this plan has been used in a number of ways as we've been working through infrastructure for this area. If you notice in this left-hand picture here, this is the pedestrian tunnel that you see that was constructed through funding obtained through the CRTPA. Additionally, we have the sidewalk that is being constructed on the south side of the roadway by Leon County, and it is very much in line with the streetscape study that you all accepted, I would say at least 10 years ago, probably closer to 15 years ago. So it's been a guiding document for us on how we look at development in our community along this corridor. And then again, going back to the whole idea of providing direct access from Appalachia Parkway to the first Christmas site. This is the first Christmas site. Mm-hmm. You see that the only right-of-way they have, only property that fronts Lafayette Street is at their entrance. So again, in order to create this direct access from Appalachia Parkway has been a barrier. You also have to buy private properties to get this Goodbody Lane to tie into the America First Christmas site. Okay, so again, going back to some of the improvements that Leon County is completing right now. If any of you have been out there, there's been a lot of work building sidewalks along the south side of Lafayette Street. And again, this is the shopping center, Cabo's Tacos, and some of those others that are located in this large strip center. But the back of the building faces this roadway, and it's a roadway that's supposed to be an urban-type roadway, if you will. So right now, we don't have that urban character for this corridor. But what we were able to do was say, how can we kind of dress up the back of this building and create something that is visually appealing for this corridor? And this is a significant pedestrian corridor. So this is the concept that the Planning Department Design Work Studio has developed. Leon County recently allocated approximately $300,000 to make these improvements happen. So there's a continued, now not only, again, the original process was on the project was to construct a sidewalk on the south side. Now we're beginning to construct the sidewalk on the north side of Lafayette Street. And here's just a plan view of this facility or the design that we have. If you notice, in the past, there's been basically asphalt from the roadway all the way to the back of the building, and the gray areas, the strip center. We've now created pull-off areas for loading ramps and tried to green up the corridor as much as possible in these areas, reduce the widths of the driveways in these areas, relocate the dumpsters that were located right along the side of these roadways into an area back over in here and in here, as well as provide some visual buffering through a fence. And again, the fence, when it is constructed, it's not intended to hide everything. There's a safety element that we needed to make sure of. So that's why you see the fence where you can actually see through it if you're looking perpendicular to the building. Okay, so coordination efforts. This has been coordinated through a lot of people. Not only has the City Growth Management Department and the City Public Works Department has been very instrumental working with the Planning Department as well, but we brought in the Department of Transportation to work through these issues to make sure, in fact, that the access can be achieved the way we're looking at. We also brought in the State Division of Historic Resources, as well as Leon County Public Works. Everyone, when we brought this initial concept to connect Appalachia Parkway through this development site, said, yeah, we think it's a great idea, but the proof is in the details. So where did we go from there? So in order to obtain the development that the developer was trying to move forward with on this site, in particular, they were looking at a Chuy's restaurant located here. We said it needed to be pulled up closer to the street. It needs to be designed consistent with our multimodal transportation district standards. Basically what we have is a series of buildings that are pulled to the street. You have the entrances of these buildings oriented to the street. You have a tree-lined boulevard access from Appalachia Parkway to the entrance of the governor's, the America's First Christmas site. The sidewalks along this roadway are 8 feet wide. So you have 12-foot lanes for automobiles, you have a 6-foot planting strip, and then an 8-foot sidewalk. So it's a very generous walking environment for this corridor. Mm-hmm. They've also have approved or planned, and we have approved 10-foot wide sidewalks along the service road on Appalachia Parkway, as well as now beginning to connect those pieces of sidewalk that we're building on the north side of Lafayette Street for the property they own. So again, the distance between this property and the shopping center where you saw that sidewalk being constructed, it's within eyesight. I don't know the linear feet, but you can see the site from the end of the shopping center. Additionally, there's been concerns from the neighborhood about accessibility, universal access from the neighborhood into the development. Also having bike lanes that would traverse this new street that is created. And essentially what we have found by working with the CRTPA agency as well as our planning staff who has done significant work with mapping bike routes in our community, we liked the fact that Goodbody Lane is not a steep roadway. In this particular case, you have 30 feet of drop from Lafayette Street down to Appalachia Parkway. It's a pretty steep roadway by any stretch of the imagination. So it was very important to maintain that bicycle interconnection and pedestrian interconnection through this corridor through a lesser inclined surface. And this is a sidewalk that will be constructed by the developer to move into the development site for universal access. I can probably tell you, and Gabe can probably give you the assurance that due to the slope and the topography of this property, it's impossible to have universal access along this roadway. But we still have to provide the access throughout the site for ADA compliance. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about the parking. That was been one of the major challenges that we've had for this development. And very clearly, this property has significantly more parking than what is allowed or typically required by code for developments of this size. However, the design of the parking and the conditions that were placed on it by the Development Review Committee essentially says you have your buildings and now the parking is all but for a few parking spaces completely consistent with the setback and the standards within our multimodal transportation district. We do have additional policies that say that in the event that the modal shift can change over a period of time, then you can come back and start filling in some of these parking areas with more intense development. And to be quite frank, all the development along this corridor has not come up to the urban type development that you see on Gain Street. And there's a good reason, because the urban infrastructure is not in place at this point. As we start adding these urban infrastructure items, such as the wider sidewalks and amenities that you're starting to see come along through this area will transition. But in regards to the policy about allowing more intensification of the site, I asked my staff to come back with something that can show how you can fill in this parking area with additional development in the future. And they essentially said, well, we can put easily about a 6,000 square foot building up in this corner. It starts absorbing some of the parking area as that modal shift could change and intensify the site. And again, it's very well designed as far as an urban character for the project. So essentially what we've done through this development project is all but eliminated the need for a sales tax initiative project to create a gateway, if you will, through Goodbody Lane in this area. And let me just go to the aerial. By reestablishing the gateway, and pretty much at the developer's expense in this particular case. He'll be building the roadway through the development site at no cost to the city. So essentially what we've done is created the gateway access from Appalachia Parkway to the America's First Christmas site without the need of purchasing additional land property in this area. And essentially, we don't think you would have gotten it from Goodbody based on the details that we found through this development site. So with that, the staff's recommendation, I certainly be glad to answer questions, but staff's recommendation is that you initiate the abandonment process in order to facilitate this new access through the site.
Thank you. Commissioner Maddox.
Just a quick question on the monetary deal. So they're building the road. In return, we're giving them additional parking where Goodbody Lane was.
That is correct. We're giving them, basically, they're giving us this new right-of-way, and they're getting half of Goodbody Lane. The way the abandonment procedures work, half goes to each property owner on either side. Now, again, the staff is recommending the east side of this roadway adjacent to the hotel here. That remain intact. It will serve as a one-way roadway for this existing development, as well as a bike lane between Lafayette Street and the service road.
Well done. I move the item.
Second.
Well done.
Commissioner Zipper.
I was just going to thank Commissioner Miller for pulling in for the explanation. And I think all of us have probably had numerous meetings on this where staff was trying to work through this. You did a great job on that. So, as I said, I'll second the item.
Very big team effort, Commissioners.
Commissioners.
Final question: are they going to put lighting along Goodbody where people will be walking and riding, because it's right next to that wall? It's kind of a closed-in.
Typically, those issues are not addressed in detail during the site plan approval process, but we'll work with the developer to see if we can attain that.
Right,
but
thank you.
At a minimum, any of the sidewalks in the development is going to have to meet a certain standard for lighting.
All right. Wayne, when will the commission see this again?
Russell, when's the public hearing scheduled? You remember the date? October. Last meeting in October, I believe. So it's coming back for a public hearing for you all.
Commissioners, let me again take just a moment to commend the D&T staff for the great work they did on this. When we started on this discussion several months ago, we had a business entity that wanted to come to Tallahassee that basically had decided that this site would not work. And they were just about ready to walk, and I'm sure some of the discussions that you've had with different people would document that. I challenged them to come up with some options that would work, and they exceeded my expectations. I'm just really, really proud of what this project has become. It's sort of like one of those Blairstone Road things where you hope for something really good and you get something just outstanding. And I want to thank them for the hard work and for thinking outside the box in getting this done.
Thank you very much. My only comment is I'm glad to see this happen because of America's First Christmas, which is a project I started and working on, and this is, as long as it doesn't affect the development of that project, I am very, very pleased with it. And this is really good. Thank you, Wayne, for working on it the way you have. Thank you so very much. We got a motion and a second to adopt this item 9.09. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Before we get to the next item, Madam City Manager, we have a young man. I'm gonna just ask him because he's got to go home and study. This is the Cameron Paul. Cameron, are you here? Cameron Paul is the student body president for Leon High School, and we obviously want him to go back and do his homework. So I'm going to allow him to speak right now, if you don't mind. Cameron?
Hello, yes, he said, my name is Cameron Paul, and do I have to state my address as well?
Yes, you do.
Yes. I live at 3508 Trillium Court. And just good afternoon. As he said, I'm the student body president of Leon High School. And just kind of wanted to lighten the mood and just thank you guys. And for the last 4 decades, Leon High School has had a major parking lot flooding problems. We've all seen the pictures in the Tallahassee Democrat. Over the decades, hundreds and thousands of dollars in car maintenance costs have been spent by seriously upset students and or their parents. If you know a Leon High alumni, then you've probably heard them tell stories about how their car was flooded at one point or another in their 4 years at Leon High School. But all that ended with you, the City Commission, made the decision to eliminate the flooding on Franklin Avenue next to the school and build Cascades Park. Not only do our parking lots not flood anymore, but many students leave after school to hang out at the new, beautiful Cascades Park. On behalf of all the alumni, Leon High School teachers, staff, and the current student body, I was asked to thank all of you for finally solving this awful and expensive problem. We are no longer afraid of rainy days. Okay, well, some of the students are still afraid of the thunder and lightning, especially the freshmen. As a student body president, I really didn't have to be asked to thank you. I would have done it without being asked because I see firsthand how grateful everyone is for these significant structural improvements to our campus. Thank you again from me and everyone at Leon High School.
I suspect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go yet. I suspect that there is at least one Leon High graduate whose car was flooded.
Amen.
At one point in time.
Mine was. Thank you, Mr. President, and great job representing our alma mater. All I've got to say is go Big Red.
All right. Thank you very much, Cameron, and good luck. You're going to be good. Look. The only thing you got to worry about is you may end up where he is.
That's right. Come on.
That's nothing to worry about. That'd be something to be proud of.
Right. Thank you. Wow, that's really, truly refreshing to see one of our students and one of our kids come forth and in a very civil way and do what you've done. Thank you very much, Cameron. We're proud of you. I can guarantee you, your classmates and your principal and everybody, and Jackie Pons even. I bet he's proud of you too. Thank you very much. Next item.
We're on item number 12, introductions of ordinance. The city attorney will handle those.
We have 3 ordinances to be introduced tonight. The first one is item 12.02. It's introduction of ordinance number 14-0-35. It amends the sign ordinance to exempt census-place banners on public property. The title of the ordinance I need to read into the record. Ordinance number 14-0-35, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending the Code of General Ordinances to authorize flag, banners, and bunting in recognition of a sense of place or community, and to authorize placement on city-owned property, including right-of-ways. The public hearing is set for this ordinance on September 22nd at 6 o'clock. Have a motion to introduce it. Mayor.
It's introduced. I don't think we need to. We'll introduce that ordinance. Go ahead.
Okay. Ordinance item number 12.02 is introduction of ordinance 14-0-37, adopting an annual update to the Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan Capital Improvement Schedule. The first and only public hearing set for this is also on September 22nd. And the title of this ordinance, ordinance number 14-0-37, is ordinance of the City of Tallahassee updating the capital improvement element of the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan. Again, the public hearing is 6 p.m. on September 22nd.
The ordinance is introduced.
Item number 12.03 is introduction of ordinance 14-0-44, creating a City of Tallahassee Ethics Code and amending lobbyist regulations. The first and only public hearing for this item is also on September 22nd at 6 p.m. The title of this ordinance is an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending Chapter 2 of the Tallahassee Code of General Ordinances to establish an ethics code to amend lobbyist regulations. And again, the public hearing is set for 6 p.m. on September 22nd.
The ordinance is introduced. Next item.
The next item is 13.01, expansion of the Tallahassee Downtown Improvement Authority boundaries. And Commissioners, the Tallahassee Downtown Improvement Authority was formed in 1971 by an act of the Florida Legislature for the purpose of improving the fortune of Tallahassee's downtown, which had been struggling due to the migration of retail residents to suburban areas. The boundaries for the taxing district were set by the founding legislation and have never been altered. However, recent investment in projects like Cascades Parks and Gain Street are creating greater economic possibilities. The TDIA is seeking approval to expand its boundaries to include Cascades Park, East Gain Street, and the Civic Center Arena District. If the Commission supports this concept, staff will prepare an ordinance for introduction on October 8th, 2014, and schedule the required public hearing on October 22nd. DIA Executive Director Jay Revel and also our Planning Manager Cherie Bryant are here to make a brief presentation on this item.
Sure.
I move approval, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Jay?
I'll third it if you can.
We've been discussing this for some time.
I think it's more than appropriate. I think we don't need very much discussion. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you very much.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
It approves.
Jay's been preparing for this for about a month.
Jay,
I appreciate it.
You know,
Well done.
well done, Jay. Well spoken.
Outstanding.
I think I set a new record right there. I'm proud of it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
The next item is 13.02, adoption of the 2014-15 CHSP recommendations and the master budget for the Human Services Division. And Commissioners, as you're aware, the city partners with Leon County and the United Way of the Big Bend each year as part of the Community Human Services Partnership to allocate funds to human service organizations in our community. One of the unique aspects of the CHSP process is that it utilizes trained community volunteers to evaluate the applications and make funding recommendations. This will mark the 18th year of the CHSP process, and it continues to serve our community very well. Tonight, you will hear comments from 3 of the CHSP volunteers, Sika Green, Colette Podgorski, am I close? Okay, and William McLeod. As you consider the funding recommendations, this is also an opportunity to express our thanks and gratitude to all of the various citizen volunteers that donated their time and efforts to this enterprise, and they do it every year. I'd also like to acknowledge the superior job that our staff does on this process. Pat Holliday and her staff are just outstanding, along with our partners at the county and with the United Way. And I think we have another successful CHSP cycle to present to you. At this time, I would like to ask Mrs. Green to the podium for remarks that she has.
As she comes to the podium, I just want Jay, we didn't mean to just leave you. Jay has been doing really an outstanding job as the new director of the DIA, so I don't want to let that go unsaid. Jay, we dismissed you, but we really appreciate the wonderful job that you're doing with the DIA. A lot of improvement. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, go ahead. Cheka, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Doing great. Good afternoon.
Give us your name and address, sir.
So my name is Sika Rose Green, and I reside at 4799 High Grove Road, Tallahassee 32309. And it is my pleasure to come before you again today to present the findings of the CHSP review process this year. So on behalf of the city's Community Improvement Advisory Council and the CHSP Citizens Review teams, I want to thank you again for giving us the opportunity to present the funding recommendations for 2014-2015. Additionally, Mayor Marks, we'd like to acknowledge that this will be the last time that we come before you as you being mayor of our city. We thank you for your support throughout the years, and we just wish you continued success and rest as you move into the next phase of your life.
Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. So first, I'd like to recognize the CHSP review team members that are here in attendance. So as I call their name, I'm going to ask that they stand, and hopefully I will get everyone. If I don't, then we will add those. Dr. Alethea Houston Thompson with Florida A&M University. Kendra Moore with the City of Tallahassee, Palmer Monroe Teen Center. Crystal Peltier, Earl Bacon Agency. Michelle Personette, Challenger Learning Center. Shantina Allen, who is a grant writer and self-employed. Linda Brinkley, SunTrust Bank. Randy Barr, Tallahassee Police Department. Jonetta Chucks, Office of the Public Guardianship. Gregory Cohen, Clerk of Court Operations Corporation. Agnes Fury, who is retired and having fun, and she put that. I wanted to be sure to say that. Matt Scherer with Tallahassee Memorial Cancer Center. Jacqueline Steele, Personnel Management. Sandra Tipson, the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. Jordan Alex with P&A Strategies. And Addie Carol Beal, who is retired and enjoying life. Was there anyone present that I missed?
All right, the one, they're raising their hands.
Give us your name, please.
My name is Allison Laughlin. I work for Capital City Bank. Carolyn McGee. I work for Florida State.
So these are just a sample of the people that do this
One
review
more, I think.
every year. We have one more?
Can I make a correction?
Yes.
I am Alethea Houston Thompson, not Dr. Alethea.
They put doctor
I know. I'm working on it.
We're going to speak it into
Good thing.
Well, we're going to. We can recognize you. You know, we have that
Early
ability.
recognition.
Yeah, we can do it.
I did? Okay, great. I did call you. So again, this is just a representation of the more than 100 volunteers that spend almost 6-7 hours in training and just countless hours reviewing these applications and making funding recommendations. So if you will join me in thanking them. This agenda item represents the overall human services budget, which primarily includes the CHSP recommendations, but also includes projects specified in the city's U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Consolidated Plan. Prior to your vote, William McLeod, Colette Podgorski, and myself will share a few highlights of the funding process for this coming year. So, as City Manager Favors Thompson said, this is the 18th year of this process where the city, Leon County, and the United Way of the Big Bend come together to form the Community Human Service Partnership, which is a joint public and private grant distribution process. It is a citizen-driven process, and all decisions are based on consensus, which means that all team members on a particular team agree with the final recommendations. If you know anything about consensus, it can get contentious at times, but at the end of the day, everyone leaves believing that we've done the right thing and in agreement. So that's the beauty of the process. It's important to acknowledge that the proposed 2014-15 budget is $4,337,718, while total request was $6,264,263, which exceeded the allocation by more than $1.9 million. Since 2009-10, the fund has been reduced by nearly $850,000. Therefore, we as volunteers had very tough decisions to make. The resources were limited. For example, the shelter and many collaborative partnerships are now involved in implementing strategies for improving the delivery of homeless services, which includes building a new emergency shelter and increasing programming for special needs populations, including veterans. All of these programs are coming to the CHSP process for ongoing as well as additional financial support. We give our best effort to provide you with recommendations based on what is in the best interest of this community and the citizens that depend on these resources. So we take our role very seriously, recognizing that there are significant socioeconomic conditions affecting our local citizens. For example, in Leon County, more than 56,000 or 22.3% individuals are living below the poverty level compared to the state of Florida's poverty rate of 14.7. And I would imagine most people would not think that we were that far above the state's poverty level. Each month, approximately 18 to 20,000 Leon County residents access food services and food assistance. Many of them represent the working poor. Moreover, Leon County School Board reports that 36%, almost 12,000 of its students are eligible for free or reduced lunch prices and breakfast prices. So you have to think what motivates us to be volunteers. And so I can only speak for myself before I take my seat and the next person comes up. I am a busy working mother and wife and professional, and so it is hard to find volunteer opportunities that fit into that schedule. And more importantly, volunteer opportunities where I feel like I'm really making a difference. And so to know that the City Commission and the Leon County Commission and the United Way entrust us as volunteers to make these decisions and believe that we are operating in the best interest of the citizens here in Tallahassee is very rewarding. I've done this for 7 years now. I don't expect that I will never not do it until, I guess, they got to wheel me out of the decision room. And I just thank you so much. I do want to take a personal point of privilege and thank Commissioner or Mayor-elect Gillum, because he was the one that recommended me to do this many years ago, and I have been all the better for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, before the other speaker, if I could just say about Sika, some of you all may have recently read, she has single-handedly over the last couple of weeks through an online campaign called 10 for 10 has raised, I believe now, over $100,000 for Florida A. Well, let's make it happen tonight or something. Almost to $100,000, and just people going online and giving $10, alumni of the institution. And I think it may be one of the most successful online giving campaigns for HBCUs around the country. So shout out to you, Sika, for your work on that.
And I just got to add, you said you're better off for having been in this position for 7 years. Let me tell you, we're better off. The city is better off for having you in this position, Sika, for those years. And there may be a way we can get you out of there. Maybe there's something higher and better for you.
I never say never.
All right. All right. Thank you. Next.
Hi. My name is Colette Podgorski, and I work for FSU Foundation as a fundraiser, and I am going to tell you about the major activities conducted by the CHSP funding cycle. The staff, the wonderful staff, provided the RFP workshops for all the organizations that were eligible to apply. They also provided technical assistance for 6 weeks prior to the due date. And as somebody that has worked for nonprofits, they're definitely there to help you. There was 75 volunteers placed on 9 citizen review teams. The diversity was made up of 67% females, 33% males, and the minority representation was about 48%. The average donation of time given by the professionals were 36 hours, which estimates a total of 2,700 hours, valuing $60,000. So the amount of time and money that the volunteers put in far exceeds the sector rate that they could be calculated if you paid them what they would do for during their normal day job. There were 75 agency sites. They reviewed 101 programs and 63 agencies. Award letters were given to every agency. One agency appealed. However, the appeal team upheld the decision that was made the day of the site visit. And what's important to me about this is I believe in the process. I believe that everybody's given a fair shot, and everybody really walks out of that room believing that they made the best decision and are unanimous for their team. So we appreciate it, and thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. I'm William McLeod, and I believe I work for Pat Holliday. I think I've been doing this about 17 years now. I was appointed by the Joint Planning Committee to serve as the chair of the CHSP Process Improvement Committee. We were tasked with developing recommendations for improving and updating the CHSP process, which we provided a 3-year implementation plan that I would like to briefly outline for you. Now, I get the boring stuff, so this is not going to be exciting.
Yes, it is.
But for fiscal year 2013 to 2014, what we basically did was updated the application and appeals process. We strengthened the CHSP's eligibility requirements to include a minimum of internal fiscal standards, one of which was having dual check signing for agencies. We streamlined the volunteer assessment guide, which was Pat's baby, which was she did kicking and screaming because we went from like 25 pages to 2, thankfully. We also strengthened the affirmation and certification language, which now requires not only for the executive director, but the board chair to also sign off. We implemented application submissions via flash drive, which we estimated saved $30,000 a year for agencies. We enhanced the leadership training for citizen review team leaders. We developed and implemented an eligibility pre-screen checklist to assist volunteers so everybody is on an equal playing field. We also assigned the responsibility of serving as clearinghouse for information and best practices to the United Partners for Human Services. For 2014-2015, the recommendations were standardizing the budget presentation format, clarifying the specific conditions which would be classified as a finding. We further improved the leadership training for the citizen review team leaders. We clarified the appeals criteria and updating the human services funding categories to add social work framework. Examples include defining outcome areas in reference to prevention, intervention, and support. Now, the most important targets for next year or the next fiscal year for 2015-2016 is to develop capacity to complete the CHSP application online. The idea behind this is to save as much money as possible for agencies as well as time for staff. And also with the idea of being able to get data, programmatic data back and forth electronically. We also train all agencies and volunteers on how to utilize the new electronic application process. We want to implement standardized requirements on how agencies' findings will be addressed, particularly regarding, and I think Mayor-elect Gillum, you'll like this part, with regard to how findings are done and the impact of findings in terms of allocation process. Updating the grant submission requirements, including clarification of fatal flaw criteria. Further discussion on multi-year funding options. Strengthening the ability of human services organizations to document and demonstrate what their programs are accomplishing in terms of outcomes, return on investment, and economic impact. Development of the Return on Investment Evaluation Steering Committee to guide this effort, particularly in regards to the development and implementation of common measurable outcome standards. We also wanted to adopt standardized CHSP reporting forms to reduce the workload on agencies and for the purpose of collecting uniform data. I'm supposed to give some general comments about myself. Again, I will echo what Sika said in terms of I feel like I've gained so much from being part of this process over the years. I don't know why I can't seem to get out of it, but again, I think I do work for Pat Holliday. I won't say anything about that other than it has been a fantastic experience for me. It does take a lot of time, and to do this right, I can honestly say seeing the evolution over the last 17 years has been amazing. The commitment that people put into it now, the time, the resources, as well as when I see what the volunteers are doing now versus what they did 15, 16 years ago is amazing because we're much more better prepared. We get great support from staff from the beginning to the end of the process. In closing, I want to take this opportunity to present the 2014-15 recommendations for your consideration. I'd also like to acknowledge Mayor Marks as well as the rest of the City Commission for their support during this process, as well as Mayor-elect Gillum for his insight and support while chair of the Joint Planning Board. And most especially the staff at the City, County, and United Way, and all the volunteers for all their hard work in making this amazing process work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Thank you for that wonderful report. Who's next? Is that it? No, it's not. Pat, come to the stand. Pat Holliday. Yeah. Pat. Now, don't you want to say something?
You know I'm a background person. But I do want to say thank you, Mayor, knowing that this will be the last year that I come before you. And definitely throughout the years, you've been completely supportive of everything that we do and has not gone unnoticed by everyone. What I like to think is the volunteers. We couldn't do this job without the volunteers. I get so much reward from working with these people every year. It's the most important and most fun thing I do every year. We might not stop. We don't stop like for 12-hour days, but we have a whole lot of fun. And I also want to thank and congratulate the Commissioner-elect for the Mayor-elect. Andrew Gillum, because you've been a part of CHSP too, helping us out for many, many years. And we hope and you will continue your support and prioritize human services. I can't tell you, it's beyond me to be able to tell you the needs that are out here in the community. And every time I go, it keeps me very, very humble-spirited, because we're just touching the surface, but we do the best that we can. And commissioners, thank you so much for all of your support. And thank you, volunteers, for being magnificent people.
Well, thank you for showing us your background, personality there. Thank you. I can only say that when Pat comes to your office, she is, and her staff, everybody, when you all come, you're very well prepared, and they let us know exactly what we can and can't do. So it really has been, a great experience for me over the last 12 years or so, 11 years or so, because I know when you all come, you all prepared, you're sincere. And I would only say this. I was involved in the process before CHSP when each commissioner would ask somebody from the community to, hey, help me out with this. And I did it for one of the county commissioners, I think it was, way back. And really, this process is much, much better than what I experienced those years. It was, it was not very, very good. But now we've got this down to, I would say, almost an art in terms of how we, make sure that our community is taken care of through the CHSP process. So thank you all. Mr. Gillum.
Yeah, well, first I want to move adoption of 13.02.
Second.
Properly moved in second. Go right ahead. Comments?
Well, one, obviously to thank Pat and the staff for your leadership. You all do an amazing job. I know your emotions, your heart is caught up in this work, because it really is, I don't believe that any of you see this as a paying job necessarily. This is real work of the heart, but also work of the mind, because you've got to be smart about where these resources, however limited, get placed. And obviously to the volunteers, you all do a great job. If any of you all hear William McLeod talking about human services, it's always an experience, and it would surprise you to know how much this gentleman cares. Not surprise you, but it would impress you how much he cares and how much time and effort he gives to this process, and has given, I believe, what you say, over the last 17 years or so, which has been tremendous, and obviously for the other volunteers. I want Kelly, Adi, and others to know that we also heard your comments there. From federal money, CDBG, to SHIP, to home, to the recession that we experienced in this community, I think all of us know that the resources toward human services have been diminishing and the need has been expanding, and we can't detach what else has been happening in our community, and not so good ways, from the diminishing resources that in many ways have caught these issues and caught these problems from the services standpoint. But I think we're probably to a stage now where we need to be thinking very strategically about how we generate more resources for human services. Other communities have done it. There are models out there that we should be looking at and maybe preparing for in 2016 to see if this community is ready for, because the amount of volunteers around this community that have interacted with the human services, the social services, either through their religious organizations, volunteering through this process, through the United Way, it's expansive. That's a huge constituency. And I think they'll be the best advocates for what we might do to generate more resources because they've seen it, they've kicked the tires, they know the need, and they know the effectiveness of the organizations that are out there. And I'll just end by saying a huge thanks to the organizations that are on the front lines doing the difficult work every day. It's in many ways thankless, certainly doesn't pay enough. The appreciation probably doesn't come around enough, but a huge degree of thanks has to go out to them. This process exists because they exist. And many of the successes we've experienced as a community is a result of the work that they do every day. And we appreciate it and appreciate y'all.
Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to associate myself with my colleagues' remarks. Thank you to the committee for your outstanding work. Thank you to our staff and to the nonprofits that work so hard. And I just wanted to mention that this process was the lead commissioner on this was Commissioner Steve Meisberg, who brought it to the commission, and it was very difficult to get the process passed in the beginning. And I just wanted to thank him. Perhaps if he watches this on television or someone will mention it to him when they run into him, thank him for being so forward-thinking on what must have been 20-plus years ago and is still serving us well.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller.
Well, first of all, I want to add my thanks. The amount of commitment this takes on the part of the citizens is just amazing. I mean, I know it's very demanding, it's very time-consuming, and we literally could not do it without you. You certainly are contributing a tremendous amount to the betterment of the entire community. There's no way that we up here could vet these programs the way you do. There's just no way. And what you do to alleviate that pressure from us is just really, really appreciated. And because I know how much time it takes and how much time it deserves. So I feel like it's being treated in a way that the work is being treated as it should be, as opposed to being added, to plates that are already significantly full. So thank you for that. I wanted also to address Kellyotti's and Ellen's comments, because we are dependent on CDBG grants for a lot of this, and I don't know what the picture is ahead, but I'm hoping that as the economy turns around in the country, there will be more money forthcoming, or that we can see our way to figure out a way to, because the need is only increasing. And a couple other comments. I was sorry to see the Red Cross lose their funding. That was very, very sad to see. And so maybe we can figure out ways to help out in the next cycle. Finally, the economic impact of prevention. When you have economic impact as part of the analysis, be sure it's hard to assess the value of keeping something bad from happening. So I know that all of you have probably given this thought, and a lot of these programs keep a lot of bad things from happening. So somehow I hope you can figure out a way to put that in your economic analysis. Thank you.
I would only add, you asked about CDBG funding.
Right.
As it kind of lives on with the federal government, CDBG funding is always threatened. And the only way we can address that threat, only way you should address that threat, is to make sure that our congresspersons, those in Congress, understand the importance of CDBG funding. So, I mean, I really, truly mean that, because even I got to tell you, from the White House on down, there's a threat. There's a threat to the continuation of CDBG funding. So you have to, this is an area where you can indeed make a difference. And the more they hear from our constituents about the significance and importance of CDBG funding, the better off we all will be. And every time I get the opportunity, I talk about it. The big issue is to make sure that they send the money directly to us. That's a huge issue, rather than going through the state government. I see Pat saying it already. That is really a huge issue. Even the funding that we get, that funding which goes through the state government, we have to then go back and over again to try and get it. But the continuation of the funding is very important, because there have been threats to cutting it every year in the federal budget to try and balance this federal budget that we have. So I'll just comment on that to that extent. When you see our congresspersons, please, our senators, please tell them you cannot cut CDBG funding. Thank you. I thank you all. very much. Thank you. We have a motion and a second to adopt the report. All in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Next item.
Next item is 13.03, 2014 Double Rebate Program for Energy Efficient Electric and Natural Gas Appliances. Commissioners, the Florida Legislature recently enacted a sales tax holiday. Their holiday is September 19th through September 21st. The upcoming sales tax holiday is a great time to further encourage our customers to upgrade to energy and water-efficient appliances. And in order to leverage the effect of the sales tax holiday, staff is recommending that the Commission approve the reintroduction of the highly successful double rebate program for energy-efficient appliances. Reese is here, and he also wants to give you an update from our Citizens Advisory Committee on this item as well.
Thank you. Reese.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'll be brief. It's my pleasure to bring this item to you. It's definitely a good news item, something that we look forward to, and I'm sure our customers will look forward to as well. We recently learned that the state of Florida was going to offer a sales tax holiday for Energy Star and WaterSense products. And the best I know, that's the first of its kind, similar to the sales tax holiday that we all probably are aware of for back-to-school shopping for clothes and supplies for children. And that has been well received. So we were really excited to hear that news, and we thought, wouldn't that be a great opportunity to reintroduce our double rebate program, which we've done 2 times in the past, in 2010 and 2013. In 2013, we did an extension, so you could consider that 3 times. But very well received, very, very good participation, and it resulted in considerable conservation and local economic stimulus. I'd like to share with you some statistics of conservation we've achieved, the participation in rebates, and these are pretty powerful, so I wanted to write them down, and I wanted to take just a minute to talk through them and share them with you because you may not know. In fact, I was surprised to learn some of this as I put the information together. But since 2008, we've issued 45,000 rebates to our customers. That's for refrigerators, that's for new heat pumps, that's for new water heaters, you name it. Our customers have really embraced this program, and oftentimes they will couple these rebates with loans. So we have one of the only loan programs in the state of Florida. It really stands alone. It's something that we should be proud of, that facilitates the purchase of appliances and equipment such as heating and air conditioners that lead to greater efficiency and conservation. In total, that has resulted in $133 million in local spending.
Wow.
And I probably can't underscore that enough because that's local spending. That's where our customers interact with our plumbers, our HVAC contractors, our local appliance retailers. They spend those dollars in our community. Our rebates are about 1/10 of that amount. So they're highly leveraged. The rebates encourage customers to go shop. They encourage customers to upgrade equipment. And they result in tremendous local spending at the same time. At the end of the day, though, the rubber's got to meet the road, and the objective is conservation. So what we found, though, when we look, is we're ahead of pace. We're ahead of schedule. You, as the Commission, have set a very aggressive goal for conservation, with the ultimate end game of being able to defer to avoid building that next power plant for long-run savings. At the end of the day, it's the cheapest solution. And so it is very aggressive. It has been very challenging, and what we find as we stand here today is we're ahead of pace. And a metric that proves that is in 2003, our customers, our typical households, used about 1,100 kilowatt hours of electricity. Today, they're using less than 900 kilowatt hours of electricity on average each month. That's a 21% reduction.
That's amazing.
And in fact, that's 20% less than the typical house in Florida today. So in Tallahassee, we use less electricity than other homes around the state. I would like to attribute it, at least in part, but I would think in large part, to things that we've done to encourage customers to take those steps to permanently reduce the amount of energy they use. And consequently, the biggest benefit to our consumers, the biggest benefit that they experience every month is they pay a lower electric and in fact, lower electric and water bill. Combined, customers are paying $12 less today than they did in 2003.
Now, that's the electric bill.
That's electric and water combined.
Electric and water combined.
Sir.
Wow.
And they pay $35 less than they did in 2008 when energy prices, which significantly impact the utility bill, were at their highest. So we have seen significant reductions in how much our customers are paying, and some of it is attributable to using less. And they're using less and accomplishing the same things they did in the past. So I wanted to bring these things to your attention because programs like our double rebates and incentives have encouraged customers to go out, make changes, make permanent habit changes, which is impacting us. It's helping us accomplish our goal of avoiding building that next power plant. And probably the biggest benefit is reduced customers' bills as we speak.
Reese, and the long-term benefit, you said a couple of times, and that is having to build that next generation, that generation plant. I think our customers have to really understand what that means. Can you just expound on that a little bit more, or were you going to do that anyway?
No, sir, I'd be happy to. We do long-term planning for our power generation. We look at our peak demand and overall demand of the system. We make sure we have adequate resources to meet that peak demand plus some. So as we look out over a 10 or a 20-year horizon, we want to make sure that we have enough resources to meet our future growth and meet the needs of our customers today. As we speak, our next thought in actually doing any kind of construction is in 2020, and in fact, that is to replace an older unit to improve fuel efficiency. So that'll bring about even better gains to our system. So we're looking many years in the future before we would need capacities to meet our community's needs because we see this reduction in usage from our customers, our residential customers as well as our commercial customers.
I think the point is there's only two reasons to build a new plant: obsolescence and growth. We may not be able to address the obsolescence issues or the wearing out of the utility system, but we can address having to build another plant as a result of growth. And if we can do the things we're doing on the demand side, this demand side management issue, we can avoid that next plant based on growth. And that's what we're trying to do, and you guys done a wonderful job.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm proud to say we're ahead of schedule. That's very encouraging because it's been an aggressive goal, and I'm glad we are where we are. And it's because our customers have embraced conservation. They want to do it. I think our programs are lending to that. I would like to share with you, we presented this to the Citizens Advisory Group, our CAC, yesterday to get their feedback so that we could offer it to you. And it was a very, very productive conversation. They were very supportive of the program, and we spent a long time talking about when it would be in effect. I'd like to tell you the sales tax holiday is going to be in effect September 19th, 20th, and 21st. So that means when you go and buy that Energy Star appliance, you won't pay sales tax on the purchase price up to $1,500, and that's going to be most of the appliances. We wanted to be on top of that. We wanted our rebates to coincide with that. We recommended in the agenda item you have in front of you the period of September 15th, which begins on a Monday, and it runs through September 21st, which is a Sunday. The reason behind that is our rebates extend beyond those items that may be taxable, like the heat pump in your home, and we wanted to give customers an opportunity to take advantage of those as well. So we included some weekdays in that period. The committee, I thought it was a great recommendation. They suggested that we actually follow the sales tax holiday as opposed to precede it. So in other words, start on September 19th and then go through that Sunday, almost a little over a week later, Sunday, September 28th. They offered that for your consideration. They definitely are in support of the item, and I wanted to share that with you tonight as you make your vote. And that's it. Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Anybody? Commissioner Miller.
Well, I just happened to be free to be able to go to the Utility Advisory Committee meeting the other day. I had a meeting with these gentlemen, and they said they were leaving my meeting to go down there, so I went down and thinking I'll sit in for 30 minutes or so, and I was there an hour and a half. It was fascinating because this is one top-notch group of folks. I mean, at some point I was looking around the room saying, I can't believe we are, and it's the same thing with CHSP. We have such active volunteers. We've got folks that could be out making megabucks per hour instead of sitting there giving advice to us, who are very knowledgeable from all walks of life, and I was absolutely impressed with the conversation, the level of understanding of our utility that these people have, and the questions and the conversation and the points that were brought up. Especially one of those points was the timing, and one gentleman, Jamie, last name I don't remember.
Tillman. Jamie Tillman.
He actually brought up the question, the idea that, well, this is going to get people started, but let's extend it another week. And in talking to staff afterwards, I really think that it would be wonderful if we could take it all the way from the beginning of the sales tax holiday just to the end of the month.
Second.
That'll make it go from the September 15th through the 30th. And it's just, let's do more of the same, essentially. It's only helping us to keep our usage down, and I think people are ready. It's been quite a while since we had a double rebate program, and I think people are ready. So it's a small window, and I imagine we've got to get the word out pretty quickly. There were some excellent suggestions about how to communicate with the public that went on at that meeting also. So
I think, does that require
that's a
an
motion.
amendment to the
I'd like to
original?
move the option with the change in dates from the 15th to the 30th.
Okay, that's motion.
Second.
Seconded. I know that we had a discussion. Did you discuss the less more aspect of what we're doing with the Citizens Advisory Committee?
Yes, sir. That was part of the agenda. As Commissioner Miller pointed out, it's a really good group. We discussed lots of items. We did discuss the LESS app that you can get on your phone that's been in test mode, and they wish to go commercial now. And you've mentioned it many times in the past. That's where you can find out each day how much electricity you have used in the previous day, the previous week, month. And it actually compares how you're doing relative to an average. So it gives you somewhat of a goal to aspire to. And we did discuss that. It was very positive feedback. We plan to bring that item to the commission at some point in the future.
I want to emphasize that because that is very significant. We have an application that all of our citizens can use that will tell them on a daily basis, fundamentally, the cost of their electricity on a daily basis. At least you get it the next day, the cost of electricity in your house, which is really an amazing concept. I doubt, and you will get I doubt that there is any other community in Florida or the nation where you can get on a daily basis the cost of your electricity in your house. I have it on my telephone. You can get it on your telephone. And we need to and what that does, obviously, that gives you information that you never had. Some people may not want it. But that gives you information on a daily basis, and you can adjust your usage habits if you know how much it costs you on a daily basis. Right now, you only get that information every 30 days. At least most other utilities do, or most others. And that's after the fact. And it makes a big difference. And I'm glad that and that application, by the way, or that app wasn't developed by 2 university students at Florida State University. And they only did it because we have a smart grid system. We have a smart grid system in the city of Tallahassee that's second to none in the state of Florida, probably in the nation, and many other places. And I won't go on. I'll wait for you all to give the presentation on it. You know how much I really like this stuff. Anyway, we have a motion and a second as amended, as modified. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Next item. I think we're going to go to another item.
Well, let me ask you, we have a mandatory public hearing that must start at 6 p.m. on the budget, and you also have a break in here. Do you want to go to the sidewalk item because you have a number of people here who are waiting for that, and we would have to take the budget hearing as soon as we come back?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor, if I could briefly, before the sidewalk item, could I introduce 2 guests that are here that have to leave?
Sure.
If we could bring forward Snowman and Piper.
Then we're going to go to the sidewalk issue. We're going to try and see how far we can get with the sidewalk issue. And now we're going to take up Commissioner Maddox's guest.
Just as real briefly, our first guest is Piper the Pekingese. And Piper is in foster care and is looking for someone to adopt her or him? Her. And she's not sticking her tongue out at the process, but just that's her natural look. And she, as you can see, is quite docile and will sit in your lap and be an outstanding companion.
All right.
And then that's Piper. Let's hear it for Piper. Now, next is Snowman. Snowman came to the shelter in the beginning of March, and he's been our longest resident. When he came in, he was skinny, scared, and heartworm positive. He's now gained weight and found quite the fan club with shelter employees and volunteers. Snowman is deaf. And to help Snowman communicate, a wonderful volunteer started teaching him signs, and he eagerly responded and proved to be a quick learner. He gets along well with other dogs and is eager to spend time with any adult humans that will have him. He is currently in a foster home, and his foster parent, Ryan, is here with us today. We want to thank Ryan for fostering him. He is a 3-year-old neutered American Bulldog, and we hope someone will take Snowman home.
Thank you.
Also, the shelter is in need of wet dog food. So if you have extra wet dog food or you wish to contribute that, you can drop it off either at the animal shelter or here at City Hall, and we'll get it to them. But we're in need of wet dog food to help some of our residents.
Well, I would only mention that now that you've seen these 2 dogs, you really don't have to go to the shelter. You only have to go to the shelter to pick them up. You can adopt them by going to Digitally. I'm sure that their pictures are located on Digitally. Those of you who don't know about Digitally, that you can adopt a dog by using Digitally. So you've seen them now. So all you have to do is go online and adopt them, then go pick up the dog. Okay? We're going to go. You want to go, Commissioners? I assume you want to go to the sidewalk issue. We're on the sidewalk issue.
Okay, it's item number 13.05, and Commissioners, as you know, in 2010, we consolidated numerous sidewalk needs into a single planned multimodal project list. At the time, emphasis was placed on improving sidewalk connectivity along Star Metro bus routes. In the 4 years since then, staff has delivered over 90% sidewalk coverage for the Star Metro routes. Obviously, many sidewalk needs still remain, and prompting us to revise and update our sidewalk prioritization methodology. Over the last several months, city staff has been working with the Long-Range Target Issue Committee to revise the sidewalk prioritization methodology so as to better serve the current need. This item is discussing and also recommends a revised methodology for prioritizing sidewalk construction within the city of Tallahassee, and is presented for your consideration and adoption.
Commissioners,
Gabe Menendez is here, and Steve Schaefer is here to present this item and to answer any questions you might have.
Could I clarify a couple things first
Sure.
before he starts? I wanted to say that the Magnolia sidewalk conversation and the Live Oak is all part of the budget process, and so that isn't what we're talking about at this particular point. And if Mr. Ferguson is still here, is he still here? All right. I wanted to make it clear that that basically what happened with the sales tax proposal, which will be on the referendum in November, the sidewalk projects that were discussed and ranked during the sales tax discussions are basically, I hate to say not ranked, but the ranking that we decide on here will determine how the city's half of that money is spent. The sales tax will put, $85 million, is that right, towards sidewalks in the community, half of which will go for the county's use, half of which will go for the city's use. The city can choose to use that money on county roads anywhere in the county, inside and outside of the city, which would include Magnolia potentially. And if it's not done by then, I'm sure it will be. But Shamrock is in that process, and the process we're about to start talking about here tonight is how do we decide on what sidewalks will any money, that money, and also money that the city allocates year in and year out, how that money will be spent. But that was the continuation of that conversation that went on at the Sales Tax Committee and how it affects what we're talking about here tonight.
Okay, we're on that. Commissioner, we've all had a presentation, so we want to get I think we need a presentation for the public to understand what we're doing. We're not adopting any particular sidewalk programs tonight. What we're doing is developing the criteria to help us select the appropriate sidewalks and when and that kind of thing. And that's what this presentation is about. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Schaefer. I'm city engineer with the Public Works Department. And I know we're pushing against the break here, so I'll go through this pretty quickly. Before we talk about our recommended proposed process, I'm going to recap the current process just a little bit. We currently are working under a two-step process. Step one involves 3 screening criteria. We look at access to schools, safe routes to schools projects, safety improvement projects, and rotating commission priority. That current priority is actually NOVA 2010 sidewalks. The results from this will distribute projects into 2 tiers. Tier 1 is any project that meets one of those 3 criteria. Tier 2 are projects that don't meet any of those, or one of the 3 criteria. Tier 2 does not meet any of them. The second step is that we go through 3 ranking criteria, and those criteria focus on access to major community destinations such as employment centers, transit stops, parks, and campuses. Assessment of the current methodology, it's been really very successful in improving access to transit. As the manager mentioned, we've reached over 90% coverage adjacent to bus routes, and the rotating commission priority allows flexibility in setting those priorities. Now, on the other side, this process has resulted in construction of sidewalks where they already exist on the opposite side of the roadway, which is maybe not necessarily the best use of funds. And it does not really adequately account for safety concerns related to roadway design conditions. So we came up with some proposed changes. One is to update the Safe Routes to School list. Actually, the new list is expected to be adopted by the CRTPA board, I believe, next Monday. We've also looked at the safety criterion, and we are now looking at those. We've analyzed every project looking for the kind of issues that can cause problems with walking along a sidewalk corridor. For instance, ditches, speeds, narrow lanes, that type of thing. So every project we've gone through, looked at those things, and identified those that we consider safety hazards. We are also looking at, since we basically had such a successful success with reaching the coverage we have on the NOVA projects, we're now looking at other priorities, and we're recommending eliminating the NOVA 2010 sidewalk commission priority and replacing that with new access on arterials and collectors. Basically, that will focus on projects with the higher volumes and higher speeds, and put sidewalks where there are none currently. We took these recommendations to the Long Range Target Issue Committee and received some more input. One of the things we kept hearing over and over again was make sure that we're focusing on projects with no existing sidewalks. In order to do so, what we're recommending is creating a 2-tier list, with Tier 1 being those projects with no existing sidewalks in the corridor, and Tier 2 being projects with existing sidewalks on one side of the street. Available funding we would recommend to be allocated to the Tier 1 projects first. Another input that we received was we were asked to give higher priority for projects that have available existing right-of-way and for neighborhoods who agree to donate right-of-way for projects. We looked at that. There are some issues with it. One issue that we have is that it's difficult to determine exactly where we have existing right-of-way without doing some detailed survey. We've also determined that you can't say exactly how much right-of-way you need until you take a look at things like existing utilities, environmental constraints, to determine exactly what the project's going to look like. Regarding looking at projects where property owners offer to donate property, we have found in the past that while we often have a lot of positive input at the beginning of a project with neighborhoods that say they would like to donate property, once they are made aware of exact impacts to their specific properties, sometimes the commitment is not as strong as we had hoped it would be. So that being said, though, what we would recommend is that we work with neighborhood representatives to solicit those property donations. And if granted, just based on not having to go through the property acquisition process, we can accelerate construction of projects by sometimes over a year. Another input issue that we heard and that we spent quite a bit of time getting a grip on is being asked to quantify better the need for sidewalks and what we're calling latent demand. We have been working with planning to address this issue. It would be great if we could go out and count pedestrians all over town. That's not really feasible, so what we have to do is look for the best available information to try to discern where we think that demand is. And so what we found was that probably the best way to do that was to look at residential density around the projects. And we think that by looking at this, we can determine the total number of people that a project might serve. And we're also looking at commute to work data, which we received from the census. This is data that talks about how residents get to work. And we feel that those residents who have a higher, or the areas that have a higher percentage of folks walking and or taking transit to work have a greater need for sidewalks potentially. This is just a graph or a map that planning put together on one of the projects. And what it shows is this is Preston Street, and what they've done is taken a circle a quarter mile around the project and then determine the density, the number of residential units in that area, divided that by the length of the sidewalk to come up with a factor of residential density. And this is a map that addresses the mode to work information that we were looking at, and it shows in different census tracts the percentage of people that are walking or taking transit. From this, you can see it ranges anywhere from 0% up to 40%. So between those two factors, we came up with what we're calling latent demand factor. So that being taken into account, we came up with a proposed prioritization process. We're looking at a two-step process. Step one involves separating the projects into two tiers. Tier one is for those projects that have no existing sidewalks within the corridor. Tier two has existing sidewalks on one side. As we mentioned, we'll be focusing on the Tier 1 projects with funding. The second step is to score all the projects based on the 4 criteria we talked about. We've identified safe routes to school and assumed 10 points for that. Safety projects would receive 10 points. New access for collectors and arterials at 10 points. And then the latent demand criteria, we put extra weight on that and came up with 30 points for that, for a total possible of 60 points. As we went through those and scored them, what we looked at was with the projects that had tight scores, we gave preference to the safe routes to school projects. The weights of these criteria can be modified as you all see fit. This is kind of our first go at it, but we feel like it does a pretty good job of identifying the areas where sidewalks are needed first. So from that, we determined the projects that we have identified have been broken into 2 tiers. First tier is 132 projects valued at about $56 million. And there's a second tier of those that have sidewalks on one side already of 62 projects for about $33 million. This is a dynamic list. We already have additional projects that have been requested. We have held up for now until we resolve the ranking system. So once we've done that and get that adopted, we're going to go ahead and take the additional projects that have been requested and run them through, and we'll rank them as well. Additional sidewalk requests will be added, evaluated and added to the priority list on an annual basis. So we'll be collecting them for a year, and then at the end of the year, we'll take that batch of projects, run it through, and create a revised list. Projects will be basically locked in for funding when funding for design is committed. So once we know we've established that we've set funding for design, project doesn't have to worry about that falling off the list or moving down from where it is at that point. This is just a map showing a general layout of the projects that we currently have identified. The green projects that you see on here are the Tier 1 projects. The red are the Tier 2 projects. Once again, these are subject to change, and definitely there's going to be additions to these to this list as we move forward. Funding. The current available funding for sidewalk construction is from the existing sales tax. Historically, we've been allocated $1.2 million per year. This money is not only for sidewalk construction, but also sidewalk repair. We probably spend $250,000 of that a year just on sidewalk repair. It projected for the next 5 years from the capital budget that number is actually going to drop to $700,000 per year on average. Potential future funding, of course, is the 2019 sales tax extension. That is the meat of the funding that we think that we can use to work on these projects. Currently, the recommendation for that is $25 million for the city share of the 80%, and the City Commission also recommended another $11.5 million from the city's 10% share of the sales tax. So that would result in $36.5 million over 20 years. We'll definitely be looking for leveraging opportunities. When we run into that has the potential for advancing project delivery. When we have other funding sources, they can pull a project up in the list. Some options for that would be federal and state grants, including CRTPA funds. A sidewalk assessment program, which allows neighborhoods to come in and offer to request sidewalks and offer to pay half the cost of those sidewalks, and that cost is assessed to the property taxes for them. Redevelopment, when we have properties being developed, we require them to construct sidewalks on their property, so that's another opportunity to leverage funds. And the CRA had this Frenchtown South Side and downtown redevelopment investment plans. So we've identified those projects that are within the CRA districts, and we will be working with the CRA to look for additional funding from them as well. And, of course, any other capital program funding, so any other capital projects that we build would always include sidewalks, so that's another opportunity as well. Quickly going over the sidewalk construction schedule, we would expect with the existing funding, and remember that's about $700,000 a year between 2015 and 2019, that we'd begin design of projects based on the ranking that we adopt, and then can commence construction of some of the smaller projects. The sales tax extension money would start coming in 2020. So from 2020 to 2039, we'd begin construction of the major projects. Based on that, the way it would basically come in, we think we'd be able to construct 2 to 4 miles of sidewalk per year, or $2 to $3 million worth. If there's advancement of funding through bonding or other methods, we could accelerate the construction schedule. That was very quick. Do you have any questions or discussion?
Yes.
This is for us to discuss.
Right, and there's no time for questions and discussion.
Sure.
And I'm not happy that we're having to rush something here, so I don't know whether we should continue this conversation or what. But before I forget about it, because we're going to have we're going to completely shift our focus. You all have assured me that Shamrock was on Tier 1, and yet on your map it shows up on Tier 2.
If it shows on Tier 2 on the map, that's incorrect, and we'll take a look at it. It's definitely a Tier 1 project in that there are no sidewalks on the opposite side or on either side of that road.
And it is included in Safe Routes to Schools.
We've just, on the most recent Safe Routes to School list, we saw that it has now been designated Safe Routes to School, so that will affect its score as well.
Okay, Commissioners.
We can continue, Lou says, for a few minutes and finish this item if you're inclined to do so.
I don't know that we can finish the item in 5 minutes or so, but given the floor, I'll go ahead and make my comments.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
First of all, I felt that the Safe Routes, the ranking of 10, 10, 10, and 30 seems unbalanced to me, and I think that we should, I don't mind giving the 20 points to the latent demand, but that's a tremendous amount of points to be put on a very nebulous criterion. So I'd like to see more put on Safe Routes to Schools. I'm looking at my meeting summary from the LRTI meeting, and basically I've expressed a concern for not having a collector status. That didn't include arterials. I feel like we've done an awful lot of work on arterials, and the work, just because we've moved Star Metro to primarily run along arterials, and at this point, people are having trouble actually getting to the arterials. So, and also because the collectors are generally more heavily trafficked and more unsafe, I really feel strongly that we need to eliminate the arterial criterion, make it a collector, give 10 points for collectors. That is really where I was trying to go with that suggestion. And finally, I wanted to have some way that citizens can participate in this process. I feel like, and that's what's initiated my entire advocacy for the sidewalks that I have been advocating for, is because people just really don't have a protocol and a process by which they can get the neighborhood involved, come forward and advocate. And I don't see at all that, especially having been out there walking around every neighborhood in town over the past 3 months, I don't see that there is only an advocate here or only an advocate there or only an advocate there. We have neighborhood advocates all over Tallahassee, and if they knew that they had some way to affect this process, I'm sure they would be involved. And I do appreciate all of the work you've done. I realize the monumental task that you've taken on. I think this is critically important. I know this is critically important to people because I probably hear more input, other than noise, I hear more input about this particular topic generally throughout the years than anything else. So just wanted to get those 3 comments on the record and then defer to the rest of your judgments.
Now we got 2 choices. We could obviously this is a policy issue thing we're dealing with it, but we do have public hearings on the budget scheduled for 6 o'clock. We can go and recess at this point in time and come back to this after we hear the public hearings. And I suggest that we probably do that because there are a number of individuals here for the public hearing on the budget, as opposed to what we're doing on the sidewalks. So let us do that. Let us do that. We're going to now go to our public hearings, and we'll come back to this matter after the public hearings have been concluded, which is our normal process anyway. Yeah. Actually, our normal process was to break for a bit of rest at 6, but we can't do that. Okay, we're on the budget.
All right. Commissioners, we're on item 16.01, which is our public hearing. And today we're holding the first of 2 public hearings as required by state statute for the adoption of the fiscal year 2015 budget. The second public hearing on the budget is scheduled for September 22nd, 2014, at which time the City Commission will provide final approval of the fiscal year 15 operating and capital budgets. We've held 2 City Commission workshops, the first one on June 23rd, where you were presented a balanced budget and a recommendation for keeping the millage rate at a flat 3.7 mills for the 6th consecutive year. This evening, we're seeking the adoption of the tentative millage rate of 3.7 mills and the tentative budget as amended. We had a discussion about 3 weeks ago on where we were on budget items, and I think Heath has given you all an update on the projected funds that we were hoping to get from the communication tax, which did not come in as much as we thought, but we have found some ways to try to make some things work. Also, in addition, we're seeking the adoption of the tentative millage rate for the Downtown Improvement Authority of 1 mill and their tentative budget as well. We will also seek approval of the negotiated health care rates with Capital Health Plan, and you have to take action on that. And by state statute, we have a process that we have to follow. The city attorney will walk us through each step required as part of the public hearing tonight. And again, you have a second public hearing scheduled for September 22nd.
All right.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, could I just add one thing to my people in red? If you want to have one person or a couple of people speak on behalf of everybody, that'd be great. If we're going to say the same things, which that'd be perfect. Thank you.
Or all of y'all can speak, and we'll be here for quite a while. It's up to you. We're not going to tell anybody they can't speak. Heath.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Manager, Mayor, and City Commissioners. On June 23rd, at the first City Commission budget workshop, you were presented with a balanced budget. On July 8th, the City Commission, provided us additional direction for the fiscal year 2015 budget. Over the summer, we have worked on that. In Attachment 1 of the packet tonight is a listing of all the changes to each fund, the changes to both the revenues and expenditures. I will spend a few minutes on the general fund. That's where most of the changes occurred, and then I'll answer any questions and turn it over to the city attorney to go through the public hearing process. But quickly, the changes from the proposed budget, general fund, to tonight, the general fund increased by a net amount of $1.1 million. On the revenue side, we saw an increase in property taxes to the amount of about $368,000. We also saw
property tax revenues.
Yes, property tax revenue. We also saw an increase from the state shared revenue and the half cent, a combined total of about $684,000. As the Madam Manager just spoke about earlier, we saw a decline in our communication services tax to the amount of about $186,000. We've actually worked closely with the state trying to pinpoint what is causing the decline. Because there's so many factors involved, it's hard to just label one of them. But for example, people who are switching to prepaid cell phone plans, they get out of the CST. As more people are bundling home services such as telephone, internet, and cable, they get a lower CST. We're continuing to work with the state so we can better our projections for the future. On the expenditure side for the general fund, we obviously were able to add the 6 police officers for the amount of a little over $800,000. We were also able to add $14,000 for the Knights Creative Communities Institute. We have in there $50,000 for the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital for their matching grant. We've also refined some of our methodologies for expenditures. We were able to reduce expenditures by almost $250,000 in various line items. On the capital side, we did identify $1 million for the Live Oak Plantation sidewalk. That is to come out of the 1989 sales tax undesignated fund balance. Per City Commission policy, that does require a public hearing and a resolution to add that project to the priority list of the 1989 sales tax. That will be brought to you at the final budget hearing September 22nd for your review and consideration. Those are the highlights. Again, the detailed changes are part of the packet. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time, or I can turn it over to the city attorney to begin the process.
Let's turn over to the city attorney because we want to hear from the public. That's what I think. That's why we're here. We need to hear from the public about this matter. You want to do that now?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are 11 steps that we have to go through tonight pursuant to the Truth in Millage Act. The Truth in Millage Act requires us to go through certain steps in a certain order and to read certain things into the record, and those things are on pages 5 and 6 of your agenda item, if you want to follow there. The first item is to read into the record that the proposed millage rate for fiscal year 15 is 3.7 for the City of Tallahassee and 1.0 for the Downtown Improvement Authority, which exceeds the aggregate rolled back rate of 3.6669 by 1.49%. And that's, you'll see in attachment 1 at page 40, resolution number 14R15, which is provided to state that the percentage rate that the tentative millage rate exceeds the rolled back rate. The next item, and we're ready for public hearing, is to allow input on the city's proposed millage and the city's proposed budget. So if we have people here who have turned in speaker slips on either of those items, they can speak on either or both items at this time. In compliance with Florida Statute 200.065, this hearing has been advertised per the trim notice, which was mailed to all property owners by the county property appraiser. And now we're ready for the speakers.
First speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the first speaker on this item is Jerry Phipps, and the next speaker would be Mark DeLegal. And I'll ask speakers, as in the earlier portion of our meeting, to give their name and address for the record, and they'll have 3 minutes for their remarks.
I'll lower this considerably, and I may need help getting a PowerPoint going. Okay. Anybody in there?
Well, we can take care of that for sure.
Okay. It's already loaded. think that's it. No, it's not it. Sorry.
I know it worked every time before, didn't
I'm
it?
sorry.
Yeah. Never fails.
You had it on the main page. That's at 9:13:14. That's it. And can you... Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Jerry Phipps. I reside at 3563 Clippies Drive in Tallahassee, Florida. And I'm here representing Be the Solution, the spay and neuter organization in Tallahassee. Some of you know me. We've talked, and you know what I'm doing and why I'm here today, but I haven't had a chance to talk to everybody. So I'm going to read this to make sure that I get all of my points across, and then if you have questions, I guess we'll go with that. 7 years ago, Be the Solution, Inc. started a program of spay-neuter prevention that included education, marketing, and increasing spay-neuter services to provide to the Tallahassee area. Our goal was to reduce animal shelter intakes, reduce euthanasia, and save taxpayer money. Let me just move this. Okay, let's see. The bad scenario of increasing animal shelter intakes has reversed, showing decreases in intakes since 2009. The numbers are still dropping dramatically, as you can see. We're already down another 1,000 animals from January to August of this year in comparison to last year. And if this trend continues, our 2014 shelter intakes will probably drop to around 6,000 animals. And this is according to Erica's numbers. I don't know where she is. On her website, okay. So it looks pretty good. The formula for success relies on increasing the number of surgeries performed until a limit is reached, where the bulk of animals in the area that are at risk are fixed, and then a maintenance plan will begin. To continue this business plan that will decrease shelter intakes, Be the Solution, it must increase its spay-neuter numbers to 4,000 this year. Last year, I don't know if you remember or not, but we did 2,850 approximately. In 2013 and in 2014, BTS has experienced several shortfalls in income. The ASPCA left Tallahassee, taking with it $56,000 that we got last year. Also, at the DJ&T Foundation, that has been giving us at least $15,000 a year, just closed its doors. So that's another one we had to give up. Also, in June, the Tallahassee Mall closed its doors to our BTS thrift store. And it closed its doors to a lot of other stores where the renovation is beginning. And so that's another $7,000 in deficit money. Be the Solution, Inc. asked for financial assistance from the city and the county in the amount of $65,000. With a 55-45 split, we asked the city for $35,750. See if I can get this thing to go forward. I just wanted to show you this at this point. These are the Be the Solution numbers, and you can see where we are right now. We are below what I consider what we should be doing. We haven't advertised since March because our income has been so low. We just don't have the money to do the numbers that if we were to advertise, we would be able to get fixed. Last week, we went to the county commission, and they voted to take another look at their budget to help us find the money that we need. And their portion would be $29,250. But their contribution is going to be dependent on the city chipping in as well. Let me just, and also, just to stop here for a minute to let you know, when the ASPCA was in Tallahassee, they did give us this little guideline on what we should be looking for as far as how many spays and neuters we need to perform in order to really get our numbers down at the animal shelter. With the $65,000, Be the Solution will finance another 1,203 animals, preventing thousands of unwanted puppies and kittens. BTS partners with 15 area veterinarians in Tallahassee and surrounding area at an average cost of $54 a surgery. Pet owners are charged a copay dependent on their financial needs.
Excuse me, your time's expired.
One more paragraph?
Sure. One more paragraph, please.
All right, Be the Solution, this is the most important one, is going to have to cut our services, a large portion of our services, if we do not get help at this time in this 2014-2015 budget. And this is a step backward. We ask for the city's help to bridge this temporary gap in funds. BTS will recover from these financial shortfalls as new fundraisers are already in the works, and the new store will be up and running in January. And I just wanted to show you one more. This is what I predict
With the way that our numbers are going down, I've got 14 and 15 here, and you can see if we keep going the way that we're going, we'll hit 5,000 intakes in 2015. I mean, and beyond that, I really can't guesstimate. But thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you very much.
You. Thank you. My name is Mark Delagal, and I'm at 3952 West Millers Bridge Road in Tallahassee. And I'm also here on behalf of Be the Solutions, and I'll be less than a minute, so that overall we're under our time. The bottom line is that we need your help. We believe that we're a good value because as we are successful, we reduce the burden on government services through the shelter and through animal control. So a small investment on our end, on the front end, will assist in that regard. We are pledging to you, just like we did to the city, that this is the county, this is a one-year bridge. We've had an unexpected shortfall of $65,000. And our plan is to figure out a way between now and next fiscal year to stand on our own. So we're asking for your assistance, and as Jerry mentioned, our number that we are requesting from you is $35,750, and the county is all but committed to $29,000 if you will match them. And our split just is because that's the way you split the shelter cost. So we thought that was maybe an equitable way to split this as well. There's no magic to it, just an idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Ellen Piekalkiewicz, who spoke earlier on CHSP funding, had also marked the public comments portion of the meeting. I wanted to make sure that she didn't have separate comments on this item. Okay. Then our next speaker, again, Calvin Zonker, spoke on the sidewalks and also has asked to speak at the public hearing on the budget.
Okay.
And he has indicated that he does not need to speak, so the next speaker will be Michael Rosenthal.
I think
he does. You do, yes. Yeah. Then please come forward, Mr. Zonker. Sorry.
I don't need to repeat what I said a while ago.
Except to say
I appreciate understanding how we arrived at this, because now I see how Live Oak Plantation Road got on that list. And let me tell you, it is not a safe route to schools, as I demonstrated before. Someone with clout got us on that list. So it needs to be looked at very carefully before you allocate $1 million for this road. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We already got his name and address. We could just, okay, thank you.
Yes, we do. Next speaker is Michael Rosenthal, followed by Greg Cowan.
Hello. Please set
your name and address.
Thank you. Michael Rosenthal, and I'm at 4045 Kilmartin Drive. Asking you to please set the millage rate to the rollback rate and freeze spending to last year's levels. While you didn't raise the tax rate, property values have gone up, and so we are paying more in taxes. Homeowners don't benefit from increasing home values until they sell their homes. So why should the city? Why do you have to increase government spending? Increasing productivity allows you to provide the same level of services at a lower cost. This is done in business every day. Working families need a break. We have been hit with many tax increases over the years, such as the Blueprint 2000 sales tax, which increased the local sales tax by 1.5%, and which the city benefits from. The school board raised our millage rate a few years ago, and again yesterday. The city of Tallahassee raised our millage rate several years ago. The county started charging an EMS tax that was separate. And the county raised the gas tax by a nickel per gallon last year, and the city does benefit from that. So I'm asking you to have compassion on the people of Tallahassee. We need lower taxes, and please use the lower rollback millage rate. The median family income is 3.1% lower now than in 2009 when Obama came into office. A legitimate government should operate with the principle of shared sacrifice. But those in government have been doing better than its citizenry. In most years, you have had a pay increase. You're giving city workers a 2.5% pay increase. You have pensions for a secure retirement, whereas the citizenry does not. In closing, I ask you again to show your solidarity with the citizenry, and please use the rollback millage rate. And I'd also like to thank Governor Scott for reducing unemployment in the state of Florida and in Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Greg Cowan, followed by Kathleen Cavell.
Thank you. My name is Greg Cowan. My address is 1415 Alshire Court, 32317. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for your time this evening. I'll be very brief. I'm here in support with a couple of my friends, you may have noticed. I'm here in support of the Animal Services Center request for an additional FTE for a foster care coordinator. Specifically, what I'd like to talk about is what you get and the citizens get in return if you fund this request. What you will get is improved performance from the Animal Services Center, specifically in regard to the outcome measure of live release rate, which is a performance measure endorsed by the Humane Society of the United States. If you fund this position, more animals will be adopted out of the shelter, more animals will be released and will not be euthanized, as you saw with the charts earlier. So if you fund this position, you can actually hold the animal shelter to a higher performance than they're currently performing. Right now, the live release rate is somewhere around the mid-50% of the animals that come in. With that new position, you can expect a live release rate. We would actually hope that you would set a goal for that live release rate of somewhere around 75% and hold the shelter to that level of performance. We are asking for this request, but we're willing to give this higher level of performance in return. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is that in 1 year?
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kathleen Cavell, followed by Krista Hosmer.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Cavell. I'm at 1453 Pine Street. I'm a local veterinarian and also the chair of the Animal Services Advisory Board. I'm here today to support the budget item request for the animal shelter and in particular to touch on the foster coordinator position. Just briefly, we had the ability, we were granted the ability to create that position 3 years ago with the ASPCA's funding, and unfortunately that funding is no longer available. However, what that means is in that time we were able to actually see how this position would help. And we have seen the numbers speak for themselves. The number of animals being able to be saved that would otherwise not be able to be cared for in the shelter, orphaned animals, small babies, those lines, has risen in the foster program every single year that coordinator position has been in place. And it's also been a very successful position in that 30% of all the animal shelter adoptions last year came through the foster program. So we expect to see that can only improve. Not only does it lessen the burden on the already shorthanded animal shelter staff who work very hard, but also it engages our community to be able to participate in the sheltering and rehoming of our own communities' orphaned and abandoned animals. So we thank you so much for everything that you've done for the shelter. We really appreciate it, and all of your decisions, even over the past couple of years, have made really amazing positive changes. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Krista Hosmer.
She waved.
Waving in support of the item.
Well, let's make sure we say that. You support the other two speakers. All right.
The next speaker would be Karen Bareford.
I'll also waive in support of the extra position for the animal.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Why don't we do this? Does anybody else really want to speak on this item with the red on? Anybody? What's your name? Come forward, please.
And
thank you.
Could I point something out? When we do that, when we do what we're doing here, which is a common practice and everyone's interested in saving time, but when the record ultimately reflects that we had basically 3 speakers,
no,
which
it won't.
is not the case. So.
Commissioner Miller, on that matter, the record will reflect that we had speakers come who waived their time in support, so those names will be recognized.
You. That's what I wanted.
Their names they've given us their names in writing.
That's okay. I just wanted that assurance.
All right, come on.
Thank you. Lauren Perlman, 6349 Fitz Lane, Tallahassee, Florida, 32311. And thank you for having us here to speak tonight. Both commissioners, city manager, mayor, everybody, we really appreciate the opportunity. One of the things I wanted really to start with is thank you for the vet position last year. It has made a tremendous difference. We now see the animals spayed and neutered that are leaving the shelter. The live release rate, when we compare it to the 7 months of last year, first 7 months to the first 7 months of this year, has actually increased 5%. We believe a lot of that has to do with having all of the animals altered, ready to go when somebody comes to adopt. So it's made a tremendous difference. Real quick, the temporary foster coordinator role. is responsible for 900 animals that went into foster care in 1 year, in 2013. There are over 150 active foster parents, 70 on average, any given time, any given day. What they do, some of them are bottle feeding animals every 2 hours. Some of them are caring for animals that just had surgery or going through heartworm treatment. You're tapping in, as Dr. Cavell said, to the community resources. And what that's doing is you don't have to house now these 900 animals at the shelter every year. You don't have to care for those daily and bottle feed and help those animals every year. So the foster coordinator position is vital, and this program is vital to those animals that we save every year. I'd like to say, too, that 30% of the adoptions last year were due to the fact that 900 of those animals were in foster care. The foster care program increased the live release rate 11%. So without that program, instead of the chart going in the direction we want to, it would be going in a direction where more animals, unfortunately, would most likely be euthanized. So I would just ask that you do take a look at adding a foster care position to the budget. Thank you for the capital improvement money. If that does pass, that was in the budget, and also the money for the rabies vaccines for the shelter staff. Those are also very important. So we appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Warren Jones.
Wait a minute. Any other speakers with the red tops on? I want to say something. You want to speak? Did you give us a slip? All right, let's give us your name. Wait a minute, get to the microphone so we can hear you. Please, thank you very much.
All right, hi. My name is Beverly Daughter Loncani, and I have been an animal foster since September of 2001. In the past 13 years, I have personally fostered 675 animals. 382 were bottle babies. All of them have found their forever homes. Fostering neonatal puppies and kittens that have no lactating mother and are unable to eat on their own is very difficult and demanding. Preparing the bottles and feeding every 2 hours around the clock for weeks on time is not feasible for most people, especially the workers at the animal shelter. So, unfortunately, many of these babies were immediately euthanized, except for a few very lucky orphans who found their way to foster because of kind-hearted random shelter employees. And that all changed with Heather Van Leer became foster coordinator for the Tallahassee Animal Service Center in 2011. Since then, through Heather as foster coordinator, I have fostered bottle babies on a more consistent basis. She has a deep sense of care and compassion and just doesn't dump on us fosters, but gives supportive care all the way through to adoption. Last year, 900 homeless animals went through the foster to adopt program because of the foster coordinator. And I just want to say there's 2015 budget request for the Animal Service Center I support, but please do not take our foster coordinator away. The animals need her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I see some other folks out there with red shirts on. That's not with them, but I suspect you might support them. So with everybody with a red shirt on that supports what I think it was 4 speakers, would you please stand up? Just stand up so we can see. I did a quick count. It was at 25, but I think I was wrong. I think I'm seriously wrong. About maybe 50 of you here? Let's say 50. And all of you should sign a slip, a speaker slip, okay? And turn it in, because that way you will be recognized as having spoken without actually speaking, okay? Would you do that for us? Okay, and we really appreciate you coming. We understand what you know. Thank you very much. Anybody else got any comments? Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Okay. Next speaker is Warren Jones. He'll be followed by Audra Pittman.
Warren, you come to speak on this? No.
I forgot my red coat.
Okay.
Sorry. But I stand with them.
All right, great. Well, let's add one more to the list then with Warren. Go ahead.
I also have people with me. Kim Boyer, who's the administrator of all of our emergency services, and Shanna Blakeney, who is the trauma coordinator for Tallahassee Memorial. And
Could you provide your name and address for the record?
I'm Warren Jones, 2539 Talavera Trail, Havana, Florida. Thank you for having us here, and thank you for supporting the Trauma Center for many years. Thank you on behalf of the over 5,000 trauma patients who've come through the Trauma Center since we've been accredited as a trauma center in 2009. The Trauma Center established a system of care. It's more than just a building. It's more than just a room. It's a community-wide, region-wide system of care. It was needed because, as those of you who were on the commission back then know, this region had the highest mortality rate for trauma in the state of Florida. We came to you, asked you for your assistance, for your financial assistance to help with the over $2 million in overhead for the Trauma Center. You responded, and we appreciate that. The county did also. It has worked. If you go to countyranking.org, you will see that Leon County now has one of the lowest, if not the lowest, mortality rates for accidents in the state of Florida, 45 per 100,000. The state average is 70 per 100,000. So it's a system that has worked. We appreciate your support. We're here because the agenda item discusses the fact that there is a pathway to elimination of the funding. And what we're asking tonight is that you continue the funding as you have put in the agenda item, but that you delay that pathway until we've had a little bit more time to provide some more input. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else to speak on the trauma issue? Let me say that when Warren Jones and TMH began this process, I can't remember how many years ago, it was, hi, how you doing? Good to see you all. It was something that we all in this community believed that we sorely needed if we were going to be really a first-class community. There's certain things that you have to have. And there was not a trauma center between Jacksonville and Pensacola, or Orlando and Atlanta, if I remember correctly. And we're right there in the middle. And so this was very important, not only for the city of Tallahassee, but quite frankly for the region. And it has brought us to a level where we can truly say that in terms of our medical community and what we are in our medical community, we can truly say that we're one of the best. And they've done a wonderful job. Thank you all. I hope I never have to see you,
Really?
as most of us here. But thank you for the wonderful job you're doing at the Trauma Center. Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Audra Pittman, followed by Michael Gavin.
All right. Good evening. My name is Dr. Audra Pittman, 3010 Thomasville Road. I am coming on behalf of the Council on Culture and Arts and the entire arts, culture, and heritage community when I say thank you, Commission, for your support of what we do. As you know, the arts create a sense of place, which is a budget priority. We create a livable community, which makes people from outside of Tallahassee want to invest in this community, as evidenced on Gain Street. With the roundabout, we really appreciate your support of public arts, of funding for programs that actually complement social service programs and really provide jobs. They support organizations, and we really have a great return on investment. So we really do appreciate your support and investment in the arts, culture, and heritage community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Michael Gavin, followed by
That'd be me.
Michelle Bales.
Michael Gavin, 445 Appleyard Drive. I am a Emory University School of Nursing Level 1 trauma nurse who 4 years ago, August 31st, was a patient there at TMH and survived. So I thank you. By the way, I spent a month there, and I survived Vietnam and Korea. Only get run over at a bus stop, but they brought me back. I know it's Murphy's Law, but anyway, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, my veteran brother, the city managers, and all the city commissioners for fixing the driveway to the American Legion Hall. I'm here to speak for Dina Green Corbett of the VA, who for the last 3 years has been literally begging for bus passes for veterans to get to health care. Now, I came up with a solution. I have an honored citizen's bus pass. It went from $0 to $25. I'm very happy with that. $25 a year for an unlimited bus pass is well worth it. She's asking for 500 two-way bus passes a year at best, and unless you can get unlimited support at that level. But we need to get our veterans. I did the stand down for the last 2 years. We need to get our veterans to health care. And Dina Green Corbett has turned it over to me. I am her gopher. I am a DI from the Army. And yes, I am a hemorrhoid looking for a place to happen. And so, but for everybody who doesn't know this, I want to say Andrew Gillum, who came to the American Legion on July 4th, he ate enough for all of you. So that's why you all feel so good today. But please, even if you have to mail her an envelope with some bus passes, she is in desperate need of these bus passes. I don't understand why for 3 years we've been wrestling with this matter. 3 years is too long. I know the mayor supports this. I know all the city commissioners support this. And I know the disabled veterans really support it. I know I'm one of those animals. And so please, unless you want me to come up here and start singing one of the songs I wrote.
Oh, please.
You know I will. I wrote the theme song for the Homeless Veterans Stand Down. But please, let me see a show of hands of those who do not support bus passes for veterans. Oh, look, no hands raised. What an amazing thing. And please, fix the sidewalk there on Lake Ella Drive where there is not one existing. And one other cameo while I have a few seconds. I had slipped my mind, but that's okay. I'm having a senior moment. Remember, we were willing to go to war to make this country free. Don't make us regret our efforts by leaving us on the streets as homeless veterans who can't get to health care for a simple thing as a Band-Aid. And I appreciate you all. And, of course, once again, for you fixing the driveway of the American Legion so many World War II veterans can get in our parking lot and have a safe weekend. I have cancer, so I'm dealing with that monster. But to my brother, my veteran brothers, and everybody else, welcome to America.
Thank you so very much. We're gonna do something. I feel confident about it. We just haven't hashed it out yet, exactly what we're going to do. But you know where I am on it. We're going to see that something is done for it. But I've never heard a hemorrhoid ready to happen. That's a new one. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Michelle Bales.
I'm waiting in support.
Okay.
Thank you. What? The Foster? She's one of the red folks, red top folks.
I didn't know it at the time. It was just identified as the public hearing, so I didn't know which piece. Right. And I'm going to guess Maggie Lawrence is the same. Yes. And perhaps Allison Wharton.
Yes. Same.
We are rolling, Mayor. And Risa Rudolph, also same. And Debbie Ehler had already spoke motion that she would waive speaking. So I believe, Mayor, if you give me just a second, that may have concluded our speakers on the budget hearing 1601. We have other speakers, but not on this topic.
Okay. Wait a minute. He says he has his. Oh, you wanted to be last. He wanted to be last. So, do you have a speaker card? But just give us your speaker card when you get a chance.
I will. Thank you.
Here's
I'll just
somebody
amend
else.
the speaker card I already have.
Okay.
Irwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. I was just sitting there, and I've been focused on ethics, and this kind of caught up with me, the idea of our budget. I've got 2 or 3 suggestions. One, I certainly think we need to spend less and roll back the taxes to what they were this past year. But I don't say, cut my taxes. I'm going to give you some good examples. For example, you went ahead and today you have pushed forward an idea to establish an ethics officer that will be for the city commission. The citizens have already said, 20,000 of them, they want an independent ethics officer. Let's table your motion, save the money, and then we'll decide where we go after the election in November. A second thing we could certainly do is let's stop getting involved with private businesses such as the Walgreens at North Monroe and Tennessee. My understanding, we're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to the developer when they have vacancies. I've got some vacancies. If we're paying people for vacancies, well, shoot, I guess we all need to come up here and sign up. But I'm opposed to that. Let's go ahead and eliminate the couple $1 million that we spent on a brew pub. Okay? And when we talk about the brew pub, if what's been reported, we need to examine, be very careful when we go into business with someone that they actually have money to make the commitments that they agree with. Better off for us, stay out of those kind of deals. We don't need another brew pub. Just a few things. And then one that would save us millions. Let's pass an ordinance that says every contract will be put out for bid if it's over $5,000, $10,000. Every time we have a private buddy-buddy contract, you know who gets shafted. All right, I think those 4 or 5. And then the very last one I would like to throw in. Mr. Mayor, I know you're getting ready to leave, and if I had any part in that, I'm proud of that accomplishment. But you could also give back the $110,000 or $20,000 in deferred compensation that you have, Andrew Gillum has. We have 2 ex-city commissioners who are still bringing in that deferred compensation, and we could certainly use that towards the budget and reducing it. So I appreciate it. We could use that for several of the good ideas that was presented out here today.
Next speaker.
Mayor, we do have another speaker on the budget. That's Larry Hendricks.
Mr. Hendricks.
Larry Hendricks, 406 Alpha Avenue. I'm just discouraged by the fact that we have people coming in support of spay and neuter for animals for $65,000 and a position at the animal shelter for just under $50,000, and we have a mental health clinic that is pretty much dead in the water because y'all refused to fund it a few years ago when people came and requested that. And yet you have hundreds of millions of dollars to spend on Gaines Street and an amplifier aimed at a neighborhood down in a man-made sinkhole that y'all was trying to sell us for a park for another $37 million. And you have a dispatch center, $50 million in Tom Brown Park, yet it seemed to be kind of like pulling teeth to get 6 police officers at a cost of $800,000. You have a whole lot of citizens that came here in support of the animal shelter thing. It seems like to me that should be a done deal. When you have that many citizens showing up in this room, making that kind of effort, it's kind of hard for me to believe that you would be able to put the budget out without that being included. And those are just things that a lot of those things just came to mind and just sitting here and listening. And I know there's lots of others in this community of projects and little organizations that are people volunteering, rolling their arms up above their sleeves up above their elbows and working to make this a better community. And yet it's always a poor mouth when they come for the funds. The CHSP ends up putting these little organizations in competition with each other. I don't get it. You've got no problem funding people that are pouring lots of concrete and lots of asphalt that we got absolutely no use for. We really need 8 lanes of highway out there at St. Joe's project because they're so poor that they could not have afforded to make the improvements to the community, that there are 4,800 houses impacted on this community, that we, the city and the county, had to reach into the pockets of the working people of this community to fund them. And on it goes. The subsidization of the student housing on Gaines Street. We're going to pay, what, $200 and something thousand? I'm not sure I'm not even sure of my figure. I don't know if I'm high or low for an upside-down Christmas tree year-round in the middle of the street when we don't have money for some of the issues that people came in here to spay and neuter, for sidewalks between where kids live and where they go to school, for bus shelters. We spent $8,000 on a bicycle corral. Did you go and look at that? Did you really believe there's $8,000 there? Do you believe that there's nobody in this community that's capable of building bus shelters? That they don't all have to look alike? That there are plenty of people that are capable to construct them out of wood, out of metal, out of whatever, and get them out there so that people that are waiting for the bus to go to work don't have to stand in the rain in the wintertime, in the sun in the summertime. I just can't believe that y'all can't figure out a better way to allocate the funds and take care of the needs of this community. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
That's the last speaker on this item, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move, after we've received the public input on the FY15 proposed operating capital budgets, I'd like to move that we adopt a tentative millage rate of 3.7000 mils for the city of Tallahassee. We adopt the tentative budget as amended for the city of Tallahassee, including the approval of salary adjustments of 2.5% on October 1, 2014. We adopt a tentative millage rate for the Downtown Improvement Authority of 1.0000 mil. Adopt a tentative budget for the Downtown Improvement Authority and approve the negotiated health care rates with Capital Health Plan.
Mr. Mayor.
Is that consistent with what we have to do legally?
It's a little premature.
Okay.
Because you don't need this motion now. You'll need it in October.
No, we need it, but we need to go through.
Do the other public hearings.
Yes.
The other public hearings?
The Downtown
Improvement Authority.
Yeah, the next two items, number 4 and 5, are to allow public input on the Downtown Improvement Authority's proposed millage, which is 1.0 mil, and public input on the Downtown Improvement Authority's proposed budget. In compliance with Florida Statute 200.065, the hearing has been advertised per the trim notice, which was mailed to all property owners by the county property appraiser. And then after that public hearing, then you have to approve the adjustments to the budget, and then we go through each step individually.
Are there any speakers on that?
Any speakers on?
No speakers on that.
And you just heard.
Okay, so
no speakers.
There are no speakers on the DIA proposed millage or the DIA proposed budget.
Correct.
So the next item, which is number 6, is to approve the adjustments to the city's proposed budget that Mr. Beach discussed earlier. And this is the point where you can have, as a commission, you can have any of the discussions that you wish to have, and the public hearing process on the budget is completed.
Any comments on what Mr. Beach presented to us? Commissioner?
Yes. Well, I'll second the motion offered by Commissioner Maddox with one adjustment that I picked up previously when we had the discussion on sidewalks. Magnolia was included at $1 million as well, and it's not currently included in this budget. And my assumption is there may not be $1 million to go between the two from the 89 sales tax money. And if that is the case, it would be my recommendation that we take what is available, I guess the $1 million, and split it between Magnolia and Live Oak. I'm including Live Oak because that was what the motion was at the time. I still obviously reserve that I've got concerns there, but we can elaborate on those in our discussion specifically on sidewalks. But that was a previously approved motion by this commission, and it isn't currently reflected in the budget.
Commissioner Ziffer?
This might require clarification or at least a discussion from the other commissioners, but as I recall, we voted to put $1 million into Magnolia and $1 million into Live Oak.
We did.
And we did not base that upon what has now been presented this evening. In other words, we said we would take into account what was being recommended, but we voted to put the money in the budget. And the budget's been presented, doesn't have that in it. And I just want some feedback as to where are we on that?
The budget doesn't have what in it? The $1
million for Magnolia. We voted to have $1 million in our budget for Magnolia. As I recall, we actually did it twice.
Yes.
But we refused to relook at it. And, I'm still in favor of having that $1 million in for Magnolia and still having the support for Live Oak because that's what we voted on. Now, if there's a change in opinion, it would require one of, I guess, the three of us, since we voted on that, to change that vote. And so I'm asking my fellow commissioners as to what their response is.
Right. Actually, it was unanimous because the motion was made by Commissioner Gillum to include Magnolia, and I forget the seconder, but it was unanimous.
Raul, you wanted to give us a comment on that?
I don't know. Yeah, we identified about $1.8 million in sales tax, 1989 sales tax funding that's available. $1 million of that has been placed in Live Oak Plantation. sidewalk. There is a possibility of using the other $800,000 if the commission desires to put that towards Magnolia as part of this FY15 budget. We had intended to set aside that money for the total project of Live Oak Plantation, but if the commission's desire is to move that money into Magnolia as part of next year's budget process, we can look at other funding to make Live Oak whole. And we can split.
I need a point of clarification. I had assumed that the discussion of the Live Oak sidewalk was basically generic because, and it referred to the entire project, which has always considered, has always included Timberlane School, the Timberlane School piece that's the city's half of that. So I'm assuming, just for the purposes of discussion here, that we're talking about the Live Oak project and the Timberlane School Road project also.
If that was the motion, I can't.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So just so, I thought it was important to clarify that with staff at this level. If we only have, apparently you're saying $1,800,
$1.8 million.
$1 and an 8 and a lot of zeros.
$1.8 million.
We got
So and that's the other clarification. So we apparently have that much money to put toward this, right?
Hold on. We voted to put $1 million for each. We didn't vote to say it would come from unallocated sales tax dollars. So I think Commissioner Gillen's point is it should be in the presented budget to us.
But that is a source of funding for the budget.
That is a source of funding.
Yes.
Not the only source of funding.
Well, you would have to go to the deficiencies fund.
Or the capital budget, or the deficiency fund, or the reserves, or additional transfer from the utilities.
Just tell us how you would like to do it.
Yeah.
You actually left us in quite a bit of limbo, and we've been trying to clarify it, and it's been very difficult over the last, because we went straight to break. And trying to really get some clear direction as to what you wanted us to do was just not easy. So tell us how you would like for us to do it. We'd be happy to do it. We've got another week to do that.
My recommendation is that we put the $1 million each back in as was previously approved during the budget workshop.
And then I expect you want the staff to come back and tell us where the $1 million each is coming from.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, where it's coming from, what the source of the funds. That's what they're saying.
That works, right?
Okay.
And if there, can I add on to that, Mr. Mayor? If there's a compelling reason, if I've heard talk of a Tiger grant and county funds and construction already starting, if there's a compelling reason for less in those dollars, just please present it to us so we'll know.
You said to lessen them?
No, if there's a compelling reason for one project or the other to have less because of other sources. I've heard of a Tiger grant and of county funding for Magnolia. If that's the case and you believe that there should be less funding because it's going to be made up in other places, just provide us that information.
At this point, we wouldn't know, though.
Correct.
Well, no, we won't
don't know
know
that
until they have their hearing, but I do know that Mr. Reed at CRTPA told me that they were putting $800,000 toward this project also.
Which project?
Magnolia.
That the
Magnolia.
county is.
Get that info back now.
Magnolia. Okay, so if we can get an amount, we've said $1 million. You're saying the county has $800,000? Is that what you're saying, Commissioner?
No, I said the CRTPA is apparently, we're going to have a meeting next Monday on the 15th, and apparently at that meeting we'll discuss an $800,000 plus allocation toward the Magnolia project.
Towards the okay.
So we'll know that on Monday.
So we'll know that that's $1.8 million total, or is that $1.8 million total?
It's just a point of information, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point we'd like to ask staff to bring that back for us.
Oh, okay. I just want to know where are we going to get the monies from. I have to express a concern about Live Oak Plantation to this extent. I think the gentleman that spoke raises some very valid points, and maybe I'll get some more from the staff. I mean, going down Live Oak Plantation, which I go down quite a bit, quite frankly, when I go home, and we're talking about a safe route to schools. I just need to know what the safe route is. And if it's going down Timberlane, as he suggested, that's not Timberlane, whatever the road
Timberlane
is.
School Road.
Timberlane School Road. I would have to agree that that's not a safe route. I don't care if you put a sidewalk on there. It's not a safe route to Gilchrist. But however, if it goes all the way to Thomasville Road and then go up Thomasville Road across I-10, that could conceivably be a safe route to what's the school there?
Gilchrist.
Gilchrist.
Let me get this straight.
Huh?
We don't want to go on the one road because there's nothing on that road, and that wouldn't be a safe route to school because there's nothing on it. But we think we're better off going down a 6-lane highway over an interchange.
I'm not suggesting either one. I'm not suggesting. I'm just saying what we're talking about is a safe route. I assume to Gilchrist.
Well,
yes, it is to Gilchrist.
Okay, I just want to know what the safe route is. That's all.
I think the definition of safe route ought to be clarified, and that is, in fact, we're going to be having a presentation, or we just received an email from the CRTPA on the safe routes to school.
And the school board.
And the school board, right, which actually identified the need for sidewalks to go because Live Oak Plantation Road and Timberlane Schoolhouse Road were ranked extremely high as safe routes to school necessity. So I think it has to do with whether you're saying it's a safe route or it's identified as a safe routes to school road system.
Okay,
which are two different things.
Well, that's what I wasn't quite clear on, and I think that all I'm saying is the gentleman raised a very valid point that Timberlane School Road, if we're considered that to be a safe route, and then that's
it's the definition.
It's the definition, yes. And we'll get some more information on that, and we'll get it clarified. And I'm not opposed to it. Let me make this clear. I'm not opposed to it. I just think we need to understand what we're doing, what we're voting on. I'm not opposed to it. Okay.
Can I get clarification on the motion?
What do you need? Wait, just a minute. You need it more.
He wants clarification. He's asking you.
Comments too.
Your motion.
Well, I mean, I'll just restate it, which is that we implement the motion that was previously passed, that $1 million be allocated toward these two sidewalks.
I don't know if we have to take a motion on that.
Yeah, well, it's not in the budget, so it
you
needs
want to include that in the budget. Okay. That will be.
You want to amend what we currently have to add that.
And that, just point of a question, a parliamentary question. If we want to have discussion on the foster care coordinator or be the solution, would that be now or would that be in October? I'd like to have staff bring us back information on both of those by the final hearing.
Okay,
I think you should do it now. I think you should tell us what you want now.
But also, if you're looking for some additional information, our last meeting is the 22nd.
Yes,
22nd. So it's 2 weeks from tonight.
No, ma'am, it's on Monday.
2 weeks from Monday.
I'm sorry, 2 weeks from Monday. That's right.
You want
more information.
You're going to ask for the information now. Or you're going to ask it in the interim.
Yeah, it is my understanding, and I apologize. I've gone out of line, Commissioner Ziffer. I know you have comments. It's my understanding that our staff has been working on possible solutions, staff-wise, for both of those two areas. I'd just like to be able to hear them so we can vote on them prior to the final adoption of the. And if we're ready tonight, we'll do it tonight. But it's fine in 2 weeks for me.
Is Ashley here? Ashley, are you prepared to have that discussion? I know you sent an email.
Unfair.
You're not
Unfair.
Pardon me? The email? Did you send the email to the commission?
Okay.
Do you have it with you? If you're not prepared, Ashley, we can wait another week.
Why don't we wait another week?
We'll wait another week. Mr. Ziffer.
Is there, because Commissioner Maddox, I detect that you have an interest in trying to resolve the needs of the organizations. I'm in agreement on that. Perhaps we can get some consensus so that at least we can direct staff that please try to work this out. We know that you are, but I think there's a desire on the commission to resolve the issue for both of you.
Yes. I sense that all the time. Commissioner.
And on another topic, first of all, I've been an advocate for the Trauma Center for 4 years now. And if we're finished with the animal issue.
We're on any.
Because I'm with them. I'm all behind what we're trying to do there. But I was unhappy to see that we had to drop it down to 50,000. That's one issue. But I am definitely I'm not on board of, at this point, deciding next year it'll be 25 and the year after it'll be 0. Just wanted to get that on the record, make that clear. One thing for the 50,000 this year, but I probably will not go along with reducing it any more than that, because I feel that money does make good things happen in this community and very, very critical things. So that's one thing. As far as the veterans are concerned, I had a talk with staff today, and I believe that we discussed a pilot project. So I'm hoping that we will hear more about that before we make our final decisions on the budget, because I do feel that at the very minimum, the 500 two-way passes should be part of what is in this budget.
Commissioner, let me say on the veterans thing, I have an idea that I would like to present to you all, but I want to vet it with the staff.
Okay, good.
I think it, hopefully, in a pilot program, I think it's appropriate, but we must figure out what the right one. And Washington Sanchez, Mr. this is my go-to person. Mr. Sanchez, and I'll have some discussion with Washington Sanchez on that issue. He has some ideas, and between now and then, hopefully, we can work out.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure you understood that that was a priority for me, and I know it is for you, Mayor. And as our delightful speakers pointed out, everybody who's not in favor of this raised their hand. Well, nobody is not in favor of it. So clearly, we need to go in that direction.
All right.
It's a great technique.
No, I'm sorry.
We got
Just
something. Go ahead.
I want to reiterate the comments that Commissioner Miller made. Having had some personal experience with our TMH Trauma Center and the great work that is done there, I am reluctant to have in the language that we are reducing next year because we don't know where our budget will be next year. So if possible, I'd like to have that removed. And also, and this is a conversation, and Warren, perhaps you could clarify, but I don't want to tie your hands with the language we also have in there regarding the matching grant and so on and so forth, because we want the money to go to support the trauma center. And so if staff could perhaps get with Mr. Jones and resolve maybe how we could fix that language. Total agreement on support of the vets. I think that's imperative. And the other thing is in our budget, and I apologize because I just don't have the answer to this. I know that we're working through, the target issue group is working through special events and recognizing certain organizations as being, Springtime Tallahassee is a very special program for us. It's one of the reasons why the Capitol is still here, and I just want to make sure that we appropriately recognize their position in our community.
Agreed.
And having said that,
Trauma Center, I'm there, big time, from day one to now, and I agree with you all. I think you all are correct. Let's not talk about reducing it. It's such a valuable asset to this community. Thank you. Nix?
Yeah, I was just going to say on the vet thing, this was the first time I have heard the connection of the bus passes to a medical purpose, which I think is extremely helpful in considering this. I think that's much more meaningful of a way to show our support than not. I understand, Mayor, you want to come back with a recommendation, but I just want to, I don't know where the speaker is, but to appreciate the speaker for that. And also thank and appreciate all the folks who came out to speak tonight. We don't often get a large showing at these meetings. We often see the same folks almost with the same topic, and it's refreshing to hear the respectful way in which you all have come forward. And to the animal services folks, to compliment you on the effective way in which you communicate over email and text, and in your show of red top support. And to the woman who has been bottle feeding 700 pets.
Oh my
Bless
goodness.
you.
Not to make a comparison, but I have a set of twins, and I hardly can feed two of them. And so thank you for your extremely impassioned presentation this evening. We're really fortunate to have such a tremendous group of volunteers at our Animal Services Center. You all do an impeccable job, so thank you.
well said.
Are we through? Is this everything? I just want to say one thing. We have people say, well, we didn't have a large turnout here tonight. And somebody said, well, you probably didn't have a large turnout because people are upset with you. Well, we may have not have had a large turnout because people are pleased with us. Too, and they're pleased with what we're doing and how we're operating in the city of Tallahassee. That, too, could be the reason why we don't have a lot of people here. And I, quite frankly, would like to say that. And I probably don't have a large turnout either because we're not raising the millage rate. And we've had the same millage rate for how many years?
It's at least 4.
At least 4, 5, 6 years.
6.
So I'd like to think that,
6.
that's another reason why people didn't turn out. They're saying, you guys are doing a pretty good job. So I want to thank all of you who think that way, quite frankly, because I do believe we're doing a very good job. I want to thank our staff. I think our staff is doing a wonderful job in giving us presentations and making presentations and make sure we stay on track with a lot of these issues. So Thank you. Where are we?
Yeah.
Linda needs to
Linda.
finish.
Mr. Mayor, we are now at step 6 of 11, and what we need now is a motion to approve the adjustments to the budget as are reflected in the agenda item and as amended by Commissioner Gillum, and to instruct staff to take steps to bring back a balanced budget and then to address the items that you brought up.
So
in
moved.
addition to the
Properly moved and second. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Next.
Next, I need someone to move approval of the city's tentative millage rate of 3.7000 mills, resolution number 14-R15, and publicly announce that the proposed aggregate millage rate exceeds the rolled back rate by 1.49%. If the Commission should decide to amend and recompute the tentative millage rate, Florida Statute 200.065(2)(c) requires that the Commission publicly state the city's amended tentative millage rate and the percentage increase above the rollback rate and offset the cost of notifying property owners of the change.
So moved. Second.
Properly moved and second. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. It passes unanimously. Next item.
We need a motion for approval of the city's tentative budget as amended.
So moved.
Tentative budget as amended. We got a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Next item.
A motion for approval of the Downtown Improvement Authority's tentative millage rate of 1.000
So moved.
mil,
Second.
resolution number 14-R-15.
Moved and seconded.
We got a motion and a second to approve that. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Next item.
We need a motion for approval of the Downtown Improvement Authority's tentative budget.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved and second. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. It passes unanimously.
And the final step is to introduce the appropriation ordinance number 14-0-36, an ordinance making appropriations for the expenditures and obligations of the City of Tallahassee for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2014 and ending September 30th, 2015, designating the sources of revenue and set appropriations and providing an effective date. A public hearing on the final budget will be held Monday, September 22nd, 2014. Contingent upon Commission action, the ordinance and required budget summary advertisement will be adjusted accordingly for all issues resolved as part of this item, as well as the items approved during the September 10th, this meeting, the September 10th, 2014 Commission meeting that may affect the fiscal year 15 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved and second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously.
And that concludes the 11 steps. Thank you.
We had to go through all those 11. I know all of you all were very interested in each one of those 11 steps.
We do have one more action to take on the health care rates.
The which?
I move to approve negotiated health care rates with Capital Health Plan.
Second. Properly moved and second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Next item.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we can go to, we've got 6 public hearings
Why don't we do
and
that? You wanna do
6
that?
additional.
Could just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, if I could, just on a point of personal privilege.
As we're going to the other, I just want to know if you want to go to the other public hearings.
I want to go out the door, so I wanted to say this.
I'll second that.
I'll second. That's a motion. Properly moved? No.
My father was a child of the Depression, survived the Depression, escaped the coal mines, served with distinction in Korea as an airborne ranger in the 187th Regimental Combat Team, survived being a homicide detective in Miami, started 2 national organizations from scratch, survived me and my sister as teenagers, and as well as 4 grandkids and a bunch of adopted kids and grandkids, and has survived several campaigns as a chief campaign sign installer. He turns 81 today. I'm 30 minutes late for dinner with him, so
go right ahead.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Mr. Maddox.
Happy birthday to you. Can we do that? Go right ahead, Commissioner, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
That is easily for us to excuse you for. And
Okay,
tell him
the
happy
first-
birthday for us, please.
Will do. Thank you.
The first public hearing is 16.02, and the city attorney is going to handle that.
1602.
Yes, this is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 14024, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, amending Chapter 10 of the Tallahassee Land Development Code, revising intensity standards in the Commercial Medical Arts Commercial District, the CP Commercial Parkway District, the UP1 Urban Pedestrian District, the UP2 Urban Pedestrian 2 District, and the Interchange Commercial District, providing for conflicts, severability, and providing an effective date. And I believe Greg Harden is here on behalf of the Growth Management Department.
So
to
moved.
present the
Second.
item.
Properly moved. Do we have any speakers?
We need to check for speakers.
No speakers?
No speakers on this item.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 16.03 is the first and final public hearing for the collection of special assessments on tax bill / adoption of resolution 14-R-14 to adopt the 2014 non-ad valorem assessment roll. And Mr. Cook, I guess that is your item.
Yeah, that is my item. That's a standard ministerial item we approve each year for collection of paving liens through the tax process.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved in second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously.
And there
Next
were no
item.
speakers for the record.
We had no speakers, okay.
16.04 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance 14Z-30AA, which is an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the Albertsons Planned Unit Development Concept Plan on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, renaming the planned unit development as the 1925 North Monroe Street Planned Unit Development, providing for conflict, severability, and effective date. This is the single public hearing on this item, and I believe Russell Snyder is here from the Planning Department to address any questions.
And
Any questions? Any speakers?
We do have one speaker on that item, Mayor. I believe it's Carter Lamont.
Yes, sir. Please come forward.
My name is Carter Lammert. I'm 2131.
We got to get right in. Thank you.
2131 East Bellevue. Thank you very much for hearing me. I'm surprised somebody else is here, but that's okay. We're doing really good. You guys did a great job getting someone to buy that the land where Albertsons is. The only complaint we have as a neighborhood, being Charter Oak and Bellevue Neighborhood Association, is that there's a possibility that the purchasers could put in a gas station, as you will notice in the PD, that says it allows for.
You got to get right into the microphone.
It allows for gas, I guess, fuel dispensers on the corner. And as a neighborhood, we would just prefer that be stricken. Apparently, we've talked to the developers, and they have no plans for doing that right now. But we would like, before it went through, that would be stricken from the possible plans for that.
Okay, so you would oppose some sort of a gas fueling station at that location?
And that's the only thing we're opposing on the PUD.
All right. We'll take a look at that, of course, at the appropriate time when it comes. But thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you very much.
Is Mr. Mayor? Is it?
Yes, sir.
Would the staff be available to tell us whether or not what the plan is on the site?
Yeah,
there he is.
Or do we not know yet?
A gym, what we talked about last time.
Don't have a site plan yet, but they're actually just going to refurbish the building, and that gas station is in the existing PUD. The
original one, yeah.
We asked them if they would remove it voluntarily, but they weren't interested. And actually, the DRC added some conditions that will beef up the buffer around it, so it would when they get the gas station, it'll look better.
Well, you said
Look at the
when,
plans.
but then you
If
said
they did. If
they do it.
But that's in the original, as I read it. That's already there.
Correct.
The purpose of the building renovation is for a gym. Is
Yes,
that what?
that's our understanding. Yes.
That whole big Albertsons is going to be one big gym?
Well, I think they'll probably
There's
carve
a
it up
retail
eventually, but they have the one tenant.
Yeah. It's a big gym. That's okay. Okay.
Mayor, we do have another speaker on the item.
Yes, please.
That's Ray Greer.
Great location.
Good evening. My name is Ray Greer. My address is 1441 McClay Commerce Drive. And I am the applicant's representative. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have. We don't have, we're working on getting tenants into the building. Of course, it is contingent on, redoing the PUD and getting the PUD approved. The gas station is an allowable use under the existing PUD. And, we are looking at possibly a gym facility in there and a couple other users. But actually what we're really excited about is getting the PUD approved and moving forward and breathing some new life in that building that is very tired and it needs some attention.
Okay. Well, I guess the only thing that these folks would like you to take a close look as to whether or not you want to put a fuel filling station of whatever sort there. It could be, it might be all right to put an electric fuel station there. I don't know. Yeah. It could be almost anything. But I think they're more concerned about a gas station or something like that. It could be something that'd be perfectly compatible with what they want in the neighborhood. We're getting to the point where we're going to have electric cars. Who knows? So anyway, take a look at that for me, would you please?
We appreciate
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I'll move the item. It's for
properly moved in second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Next item.
Item 16.05 is the second and final public hearing on Ordinance 14Z-32, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee designated and including additional territory as in Residential Preservation 2 on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee. Commissioners, this is an action that is needed to rezone some property that was recently annexed into the city from the county zoning district to the city zoning district. And again, Russell Snyder from the planning department is here to answer any questions.
There are no speakers.
Move adoption.
Second.
Properly moved in second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Hello, how are you?
Hold on. That's my wife. Hold on. Sorry about that, folks. Next item.
Okay. Item 16.06 is the first and only public hearing on Ordinance 14-Z-34, which is an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee designating and including additional territory as and in medium-density residential on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee. And again, Russell Snyder is here to answer any questions.
We do have one speaker on that item, Wade Pitt.
Go right ahead. Hello?
I guess.
Wade Pitt, 1933 Centerpoint Boulevard. I'm here representing the applicant and would urge your support. I think all the issues have been addressed, and I'm here to answer questions should there be any.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Next item.
The final public hearing is the second and final public hearing on the Chapter 163 revised and restated development agreement for Governor's Park Corners, and staff's recommendation to approve the agreement. David Weiss, representative of the applicant, is here to answer any questions. Are there any speakers?
There are no speakers.
And this development agreement is a restatement of a development agreement that's been in place since 1996 on the property. So.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Properly moved in second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously.
Great.
Sorry about that, folks.
We're good.
That concludes the public hearings. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we are back on item 13.05, sidewalk prioritization policy.
Before we go there, Mr. Mayor, on the last item, is this the development that's taking place at Park in Magnolia, or is this a different one?
That is different. That's Magnolia Grove.
Right. And in the case of Magnolia Grove, the trees that were on that location, my assumption is none of those were protected. I mean, those were
pine trees.
Pine trees, if I
Right. Karen Drummondville from the Growth Management Department is here.
Commissioners, those pine trees were considered protected in the sense that they were assessed debits for the removal of them, but they replanted the site to the maximum extent possible to make up and compensate for all those debits.
But normally those pine trees would have been protected, you're saying?
They're protected doesn't mean that they can't come down. It just means that they get a penalty in terms of a debit if they take it down.
And is that true for all protected trees?
Yes, it is.
Got it.
All right, next item.
We're back to the sidewalk prioritization.
Sidewalk.
And I think we were in commission discussion.
Yeah, we were in commission discussion. Anything else you all need to discuss on the sidewalk prioritization issue?
Yeah, the trying to recall all of Commissioner Miller's comments because they were rich, but I did want to take the opportunity to at least express my concern around two of the areas, or maybe the absence of consideration for them in the evaluation. One, I understand safe routes to school, latent demand, safety, and Commissioner, you indicated maybe something around Collector Road being added, and I would. I'm sorry.
It's in there. It's listed in the presentation. He listed 10 points for whether it was along an arterial and the collector, and my issue was to take arterial away because I really want us to begin to focus our sidewalk work more internally and closer to the neighborhoods to avoid people having to go on to arterials. I think we covered the arterials very well in the Star Metro prioritization that we've been going through and we've actually we essentially used sales, I don't know where the $15 million came from to actually accomplish that. So we have really done the job, I feel, along arterials. And now I really want us to begin to focus on collectors because that's where the danger is. That's where people are walking. Not so many people are going out to Thomasville Road, but they're definitely walking on Shamrock and Magnolia and some of these other roads that are really classified as collectors. So that was the context around my interest in that collector status.
Got it. Well, I would like to see this. I'm glad you all have latent demand as a consideration in the sense that the way I understand it, it is if there were an existence of sidewalks based off of density and some other components that you all will consider, then you all would give some consideration to the demand that might be pent up there if a sidewalk were to be there. Would more people travel it? I would separate that though from what I would consider to be existing demand. And in my opinion, existing demand is people without sidewalks right now are utilizing or traversing, an area. You can tell by worn paths. You can tell based off, in part the density of an area. You can tell based off the connectivity that is either existent or is spurring. And I don't think this latent category is where it ought to be. I consider those two different things. There is, if a sidewalk was there, what new traffic might be stimulated. And I think there is, even without the existence of a sidewalk, that people are making their own paths and they're using it. I think that tells us something. I also wish there was a better way to determine what the existing demand was. You all, if I understood your presentation correctly, are using some census data track information, which in my opinion, while is the most specific that the census can get, still isn't specific enough for to take into consideration what's happening on various streets, arterial or collectors, in this community, and would like to see you all account for that in some way, shape, or form. I also want to acknowledge that this is not an easy subject. What I do appreciate is you all attempting to remove some of the subjectivity from it through this process, but the premium to me has to be on considerations around the demand that is already present, Safety, obviously, and I think safe ways to schools and latent demand being all part of the component. How you come up with the scoring, I'm open to suggestions on that. But I would give higher priority to, again, those areas where the density exists, the usage exists, people are in demand of the sidewalks and just aren't getting them. To me, that to me suggests the highest threshold for consideration, because that suggests that many people may not have options to make other choices. And I think the census data lends way to that. I mean, the disparity between certain parts of this city where you've got folks who responded, 0.3 of them use sidewalks or public transit to get to work, and some corridors where we are proposing sidewalks and are listed high on this list that you all have proposed. And then you have in other parts that are much lower in the list that you all have attached that have 39%, 47.1% of the people there saying that they walk or use public transportation to get to and from work. And to me, that has to say, that says the priority ought to be in those places.
Okay. Any other comments? My only comment is this set of criteria, and that's what we're attempting to do and prioritize. And once we set it, let's make sure the public understands. That is my primary concern. And I think all of the comments that you all have made, they're fine. But once we set this, we need to make sure that the public understands what that criteria is, and so that they will be able to understand how the selection, be as objective as you possibly can, and leave a lot of the subjectivity out of this, because it gets to be very, very emotional. Commissioner?
I think that that's why it is really important, and that's why I felt pressured earlier that we were being rushed to judgment. What I'm concerned about, and I'm coming back to, I'm going to be harping on this collector topic, what I'm concerned about is that we'll take an area where we have density, and a lot of people, maybe by the census data, it shows that they've indicated that they drive or walk to work. And so we're going into an area and we're literally spending all of our sidewalk money doing roads that have minimal amount of traffic on them, foot traffic on them. And coming back to that, the two criteria that I feel are the most important are the collector, where these people, they're fine when I'm walking on Shannon Lakes, which does have a sidewalk, but just say I'm on Bantry Bay. I'm fine walking on Bantry Bay, but when I get to Shannon Lakes, I need a sidewalk. And so I'm looking to try to accommodate that need, to get the people out of these busy streets, these collector streets. It's okay for them to be on Bantry Bay or some of the side streets, but not on the collector. So that's if I probably beat this to death.
On the collector, though, Commissioner, with the new bus system that we propose, we've moved a lot of those routes to collector roads, and so you got
Arterials
on both arterial and collectors.
Well, I'm thinking of Richview. Use Richview as a good example, because there's no sidewalk. We move the bus off of Richview. Lots of traffic. Children waiting for the bus in the morning in the dark, on the side of the road between here and there, between the ditch and the edge of the pavement, which doesn't have a curb. So you've heard me talk about Richview a lot. That's the kind of street that where I feel the danger is, and basically I'm ultimately concerned about the safety aspect and trying to make sure children can be on their bikes. I mean, kids can't do the things they did when I was a kid. You can't get on your bike and ride to the nearest, Circle K and get a Coke, because there's no way to get there unless you're right in the street. And it's one thing when you're on the side road, but then you get to the collector and you're really just endangering your lives. And this goes for the walkers and the people that somebody mentioned pushing the moms pushing the baby carts and the kids trying to get to school. I mean, a lot of kids could be walking to school if there was a way there. The school system doesn't actually supply buses within 2 miles of a school. So if there's no way for the children to walk, then their parents have to take them, and a lot of them don't have the ability, either through their job or that they just physically don't have a car. They can't. It's hard to get their children to school. I watched the county put in the sidewalk along Pimlico as it went day after day after day, got closer and closer, got into the neighborhood. And honestly, as soon as they would finish this section, there would be kids on their bikes riding their bicycles down to Roberts and the two schools down there. I don't have kids in school anymore, so I don't know the names of all the schools. But Montford, Roberts and Montford. As soon as a piece of sidewalk would get completed, the people would be out there using it. It was amazing. And this is a road that you don't want your kid on, period, because it's very curvy and so on. So at least I've explained to you where I'm trying to get with this, and that I really feel that is a real important piece of it, that collector piece. Focus.
Commissioner Ziffer.
I just want to make sure I understand, and I'm going to give an example being a new Lafayette Park resident. We have a sidewalk on 6th Avenue, and we have a new one on 7th Avenue. And on Beard Street, which is parallel, walkers all the time, one block in. I see very few walkers on 6th Avenue or 7th. In other words, people feel more comfortable going on the interior road because there are sidewalks. And I'm not sure if that's what you're suggesting or not. I don't know.
Well, I feel that we ought to look at the safe routes to schools to make sure those pieces are taken care of, so that kids do have an option of getting to school safely. And then secondarily, where's the collector versus, like I said, Bantry Bay or Bayshore or one of those. Even Beard. I mean, you're in a neighborhood that's gridded, and so Ingleside is a major thoroughfare over there. I take Beard all the time to get where I'm going. And Terrace, that's another one. And I have no idea what those roads are classified as.
They all have sidewalks.
Commissioner Gillum.
Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear that.
Mr. Gillum.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure how you're going to process all of the feedback, but I want to be as specific about my suggestion as possible, and that is, I think we need a category that absorbs for
existing traffic,
existing demand.
Okay.
I'd also say, I think overall we probably get very, very poor grades for the type of sidewalk infrastructure we have, and that's nothing many of us can take credit for. I think that's just the way the city evolved, and the difficulty in paving over the kind of the surface, the landscape we have to deal with in this city, the expense of it. But that being said, to me, the priority between necessary and leisure has to be on what's necessary, and that doesn't mean that we can't support leisure where the resource exists to be able to do it. But to me, the premium has to be on folks who have very little choice about their route system and their need to use a specific roadway for necessities like going to work or going to school and handling affairs of that nature. I want to walk through my neighborhood too, leisurely. So I say this knowing that I would love the other option, but with limited resources, limited capacity, to me, that's where I would put the premium. And then a question, Mr. Mayor, and that is, depending upon what criteria we ultimately select, I'm assuming that we are not adopting any sidewalk prioritization lists right now.
That's correct.
Okay. And so based off of whatever criteria we ultimately come with, that criteria will be applied to the demand.
Correct.
Got it.
My only comment is that safe routes to school will get a high priority with me. Very high priority with me. I just believe my neighborhood, we didn't have any streets when I grew up, but it was safe routes to schools, nevertheless. But safe routes to schools will get high priority. Okay, any other comments on that?
Well, I was wondering if I agree with Commissioner Gillum on the existing demand and the fact that, I was going to ask where Roberts Road is on this, because I know that people are walking up and down, and that's when you said a path, that is the first thing that came to mind. I think maybe we might consider taking some of those points off of latent and put it on existing, and maybe split that category What was your thinking about that?
To help this process along, may I suggest if we can get an idea of what your top criteria is of the 4 or maybe even the 5, considering the addition of the existing use, we can it would go a long way in helping us go back and lining that up.
I'll tell you what mine would be. I would go 20 safe routes to schools and 20 to latent demand and read the list as is. I just believe safe routes to school is just, and I understand the latent demand. It's been out there, people want it, and they've been there asking for it for a long time. And but safe routes to schools would give me, it would be fine with me.
Well, my suggestion would be you add to this list existing demand, and I probably would put 10, 10, 10, and 20 on existing demand. And I imagine you're going to get 4 different responses tonight on this. So.
As long as we keep the total at 60 points,
yeah.
That's the key. That's the key question. And we just can't increase the number of points.
Right.
So.
And Commissioner Miller,
We say why not?
yeah. Commissioner Miller, you mentioned earlier you wanted to add to the safety category.
Uh-oh.
Is that still out there?
Gosh, I'm not sure. Let's just, to simplify things, let's just leave the conversation on the 10 topics it's on. I would say I'm really interested. We were batting this around a lot at long range, and it was ready for you all to enter into the conversation. But I continue to believe that the safe routes to schools is my top priority, and I secondarily, but how do you separate safety from that? I mean, safety is incredibly important, and also I believe that the collectors should be addressed before the interior roads. But as far as points are concerned, I probably would go 10, 10, 10, 10, all the way down. Because adding existing demand there, because if there is existing demand, I guarantee you there's latent demand too. So maybe it should say existing, then latent demand 20 points or whatever. But anyway, you got my answer.
I have a question.
Commissioner.
Is there a reason we're limiting it to 60 points?
No.
Because it's all equal then. I mean, it's apples and apples.
It's all relative.
Right, it's apples and apples. Okay. So just my suggestion would be safe routes 10, safety 10, the collectors 10, and then latent 20 and existing 20.
Okay.
That's 40 points on demand. And what you're doing, I just don't want to see us set up a situation where nobody gets a sidewalk except dense neighborhoods. And heck, we'll be building all the neighborhoods in the student housing area where we're really trying to provide bus service, which was another thing that came up in our conversation, is the side, and I didn't even bring that up. That's if we get to my report tonight, we don't really need to because we're having it now, but is it in the multimodal district? Is it in a sense of place area? I mean, one of the issues that's come up with the multimodal district regarding housing, we had to recently go back and change our parking requirements, and one of the issues was we're trying to encourage people to walk, and yet we have not put the sidewalk infrastructure in place for them to do so, which would mean that the apartments around the university are in need of access to the universities themselves. So, just throwing out more for you to consider.
Gabe, I hope you're sufficiently confused. Uh-oh, here we go.
Don't answer that, Gabe.
Well, Commissioner Miller, to your point of if there's latent, then there's also existing. And I would say your point around getting to neighborhoods and areas that might not otherwise be considered is probably the latent part of it. It is, if there were a sidewalk, people would capitalize on
that's certainly
that.
true of Shamrock, as an example. I mean, you don't have the density, but you have, as you can see, you have a very dedicated advocate, and he is just one person.
Right.
And believe me, there are a lot of others.
I believe you. But that's, all to the point of why, in my opinion, they are different and probably should be separated. Again, the point thing, you may want to meet with us individually to try to get a sense of where folks, ultimately are on that. But I want to once again reemphasize the need for existing demand to be accounted for.
On the latent demand thing, as I discussed it with them, it's kind of like that chicken and egg issue. If you have the sidewalk, they'll use it. But they need the sidewalk down to use it. It's kind of like, what is it that's there? If you put a sidewalk there, they'll use it. They need a sidewalk down there right now. So I don't know which one is more important. I mean, I know what I have just said. The only thing I would ask, Commissioner, is this: that once we do this, we be as objective as we possibly can in making this determination, because the subjectivity put into this is going to really, really be problematic for us. Let's put a criteria out there that prioritizes, and we stick to that prioritization as much as you possibly can without interjecting anything else, because I think the public will accept that a lot better than if we have the subjectivity into it. Yes, sir, Commissioner.
Okay, so having said that, with what we have in front of us, the 4 different categories, and keeping in mind, because I agree with Commissioner Miller regarding the collectors and arterials, let's add existing demand, assign a point total to it, recognizing that 60 points does not have to be our limit. I think the 4 of us can probably come to a number on existing demand, and that way Gabe and his staff have some direction. Is that appropriate?
Fine. But I want to sit down with Gabe again after we do this. Okay, if y'all want to do something else, but I don't have a problem.
I mean, to keep it maybe simple, maybe we keep the 60 points, add the need for existing demand, and split the points of latent and existing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
That's fine with me.
So it would be 15, 15, 10, 10, 10.
Right. Are we adding collectors as a...
Isn't it here? Is there not?
All I wanted to do was to get. I don't like the fact that we have arterials in there, because I just am really not interested in putting any more money into arterial coverage. I mean, if Magnolia turns out to be an arterial, now you have to understand this is all coming off of my understanding of our, without currently having studied it today.
Well, Magnolia would be an arterial, wouldn't it? Or
yeah, Magnolia would be an arterial.
Is Magnolia an arterial?
Well, if we've got roads like, okay.
It is?
We'll leave it. I think, don't we approve this list every year or something? And I asked Mr. Reed how the county came to prioritize Magnolia for funding this year, given the fact that it was 93rd on some list, that I'm now in some other government's business. But the fact is that he said that they literally, at the point of their capital project decisions at this point in the year, sit down and they make the decisions, and they made the decision that that was a priority for them, and so they as a commission moved it up, and so maybe we need a little more of that flexibility somewhere.
Commissioner Ziffer.
I'll make a motion. Safe routes 10, safety 10, collectors 10, latent 15, and existing 15.
Existing? Existing?
Demand.
Oh, existing demand.
Second.
Properly moved in second. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. So we can move on. Next item.
The next item is going back to the discussion. I don't know. Let's see. I think we're going back to item 13.04. This is the agreement with Leon County to receive grant funds to rehabilitate affordable rental housing. And Commissioner,
so moved.
Second.
Properly moved in second. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
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 It passes unanimously.
Commissioners, I have asked on 13.06. I have asked the police chief if we could move that item to
so moved.
22nd.
Sure.
That works fine for him.
Yeah.
His next committee meeting is not until the 23rd, I think. So we are on unagended speakers.
Unagended speakers. Let's hear them.
Mayor, we have 4 speakers tonight. The first is Zach Richardson, if he is still here.
Zach Richardson.
Okay. Without him, then our next speaker is Harry Brown.
Mr. Brown.
He'll be followed by Erwin Jackson.
All right.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go right ahead, Mr. Brown.
Hello, I'm Harry Brown. I reside at 5431 Crump Road, Tallahassee. I come tonight with the smorgasbord of concerns. Firstly, I'm concerned that after the federal government came in and levied a consent decree against the city of Tallahassee, a lot of the positions were gained by African Americans. Under the current leadership, most of them were lost. It took me coming before this commission complaining about the losses back in February for the city manager to rush out and hire 2 black males in significant positions.
That had nothing to do with you, Mr. Brown.
Allowed to happen under this commission's watch. You must have thought no one was watching the hen house.
I'm sorry.
Gillum? Oh, Gillum is gone.
Yeah, he had to, but that's all right. He'll hear.
That's all right. He'll hear about it, won't he?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm concerned about how you sat at the dais and lied about knowing me and tried to tarnish my character, all because I made a true statement about the city manager that you all did not want to hear. The picture that I placed on the overhead refuted the great lie that Gillum told. The same picture was given to you, Gillum, back in 2003 when you came aboard. Please learn to think before you speak. Don't be like the other mayors who have gone before you. They lie, lie, lie. How can you be trusted now? God said that he hates a liar. Where does that place you, Gillum? Now, Miller, your daughter stated in a recent campaign ad, my mom always does the right thing, quote unquote. Well, did you do the right thing when you suggested militarizing the commission chambers for this old man? You did not do the right thing when you voted for a kill switch just for this old man. Free speech is my God-given inalienable right. You tried to take it away. Do you think you're greater than God? Well, you must. That garbage thinking has no place here. You all get in these lofty positions, and you begin to think you are greater than the Almighty. You're just a pile of dirt and filthy rags, just like the rest of us. Read Isaiah 64:6. God said it, I didn't. You know, depraved minds can't make good judgment. You should not spew that kind of hate from the dais. You are hate-mongering. Miller, you're hate-mongering. You really should take that filthy garbage and go home. Now, where's the NAACP or Southern Christian Leadership Conference when you need them? Have they been bought?
Excuse me, your time's expired.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
I just have a question.
Sure.
If you wouldn't mind, please include me next time's comments, because quite frankly, I want to be included with my colleagues, because I'm honored to be sitting up here with them, and for whatever reason, you keep forgetting me. The other thing is this man sitting next to me, he always thinks before he speaks. He always thinks before he speaks.
Next speaker is Erwin Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
What's wrong with that? Okay, you all right.
Yeah, go to the restroom.
Sorry.
Should I go to the restroom?
Dr. Erwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. It's almost past my bedtime. First of all, Mr. Marks, the large turnout today, it was great to see a large turnout. Oh, there he goes. The point being that anytime you're up here giving away money, you're going to have a lot of people show up. If you want to just prove that, just invite people to show up, tell them you'll pay them $1,000 a head, and we'll have these room rocking and rolling. I've been out of town for a couple of weeks. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Andrew Gillum for his election, and also Nancy Miller for being there reelected. Now, I always speak the truth up here, so I have to admit that I didn't vote for either one of you. And there's only a simple reason that I couldn't. Because for 4 years, I've been trying to expose corruption in this community, and we're making progress. But we need an independent ethics officer. So I hope that we can get rid of this city commission proposal and actually turn it over to an independent ethics officer. And that person will represent the good of the entire community, separate from the interest of anyone on this commission. The past 4 years, I've worked very hard to expose, like I said, self-serving action by members of this commission. I've endured personal attacks, lies from some members of this commission. I've been subjected to a private investigator hired by this city to spy on my family, my employees, and me. This commission went so far to implement a kill switch to silence me. And most of my supporters and friends have suggested, Dick Jackson, quote, "You just can't beat City Hall." I said, that may be, but we're making progress. But regardless, I tell them it's no excuse to stop trying. Our victories have been hard fought, and I think our community needs to step back, and look and see what we have succeeded in. We stopped the creation of a biomass plant that would have ruined many families on the South Side. We secured a place on the agenda where public can actually speak before a commission makes decisions instead of after, like it used to be. We've exposed and stopped financial payments to John Marks from Honeywell's attorneys, ADE, and others. We've killed a sweetheart deal established by Scott Maddox for his client, McKibben Hotel Group. And we've exposed numerous other no-bid contracts, which cause everyone to pay more. But the most important thing, John Marks' name was not on this past ballot this fall. And secondly, the absolutely most important thing is that the most important accomplishment for our community will be the citizens' vote to establish an independent
Excuse me, your
ethics
time has
officer.
expired.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Mayor, the next speaker is Larry Hendricks.
Mr. Hendricks.
That is the last speaker I have.
Thank you.
Larry Hendricks, 406 Alpha Avenue. The first thing is I was out in the hallway here, and somebody left a phone out there. I gave it to the security guard down at the desk there. So even if you're not still here, maybe somebody will actually hear this on the TV or whatever. And there's also a set of keys down there, which I'm sure somebody will figure that out before they figure out they need their phone.
And they can't crank up that car, Dale.
I want to thank Nancy Miller for opening the discussion more on the sidewalks. Quite frankly, I don't think that you should be appropriating any money for any new developments, for any subsidization of student housing, any building of roads that don't exist, any improvement of commercial thoroughfares until you deal with the situations of the sidewalks and the ditches and the condition of the roads in our existing neighborhoods. Some of those conditions have been happening in neighborhoods that have been here over 100 years, and some of the people living in those neighborhoods are almost 100 years old. And they've been told time and time again, a decade after decade after decade after decade, that those problems were going to be taken care of, and they have not been taken care of. I don't understand why you don't put in a moratorium on any and everything else until those services, those essential services that are due to the members of this community, especially in the existing neighborhoods, are taken care of. Anything else seems to me most inappropriate. I think there's plenty of money, and we don't need to raise taxes. The problem is the appropriation of the money. Y'all should not be spending money subsidizing people in commercial enterprise. There's a way commercial enterprise works. You have a product. If you got a product that people need, they're going to buy it. As long as you service that product and you offer it up in good faith and stand behind it. You don't need help from the government. We don't need census of place. We got a census of place. It's called Tallahassee. We don't need to divide that up and to be taking credit for this and that little census of place thing. Midtown was, I heard many times mentioned during campaign that Midtown was something that had to do with the City of Tallahassee Commission. It did not. It does not. I hope it will not. I hope you don't go subsidizing it or anything else. I don't. As far as I'm concerned, you should stop some of this subsidizing you're doing now. The extension of FAMU Way, it's got nothing to do with the benefit of the South Side or FAMU for that matter. it's moving the fence for FSU and that enclave so that they can move on down to that neighborhood. As far as the ethics, I sure hope that people get out and vote for that. And if y'all have a question, and I've heard it raised that there's not an ethics problem, if there's not an ethics problem, y'all have time to actually put on the ballot a ethics measure that is retroactive and contains actual jail time. If y'all really believe that there's no ethics problem and hasn't been an ethics problem in the past, please be my guest to do that. And defense,
Excuse me, your time's expired.
One more thing, Gil. Quite frankly, I thought it was most unethical for a week after the deadline for somebody to run against you that you announced that you were going to sue the city of Tallahassee for the condition of sidewalks that you as a commissioner sitting there is responsible for. There's many times when I could have sued the city of Tallahassee. I chose not to. Thank you very much.
Next item.
We need to go back. We forgot our target issue updates, and Commissioner Miller. You do it next time? Okay. All right, so we're on sharing of ideas.
I got one. We got an idea. We got something that we must share. It's going to take a few minutes, but please come forward. This past week, Commissioner Maddox and I attended an event called Drive-In 850?
That's correct, sir.
And this is dealing with some things in our community that I think is very, very important. And we've developed some PSAs which we want you to see. I think you're going to like these PSAs because they drive, no pun intended, drive home the point. No pun, well, pun was intended on that one. So let's see those PSAs. Got to get the sound on. Start all over on that one. There's four things we're trying to get people to do. She's going to start all over now. Never fails. Bono. We're trying to do this. We're looking at roundabouts, mid-block, pedestrian crossing, back-end angle, and bike boxes. That deals with all those four things, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's try parking. I want you to park on the right.
Well, what kind of parking spot is that?
Oh, this is a back-end angle parking space.
How do I use it?
Pull past the space, turn on your blinker, and back it up.
What?
Yeah, you just back it up. Oh, okay. You're backing it, you're backing it, you're backing it up. You're backing it, you're backing it, you're backing it up. Stay between the lines, you're backing it up.
Visit Talbot.com.
I would have said, back that thing up.
Now, as you approach the upcoming roundabout, I want you to slow down. You have to yield to the other cars in the roundabout because they have the right of way. Now, once the coast is clear, you just ride on into the roundabout and go around until you find where you want to exit. Now, get into the roundabout. Give it some juice.
Visit Talbot.com.
Oh. I hope nobody follows those instructions.
What's that green thing on the road up there?
Oh, that's a bike box. They help prevent car and bike crashes. Stop at the stop line. As a driver, you simply get behind it. Oh, you see? Bike boxes help keep cyclists safe by offering them a designated space at an intersection. At bike box intersections, you'll need to remember that there is no right on red, unless there's a designated turn lane.
Is it hot in here?
Visit Talgum.com.
And last.
The last one.
Yes, last.
Oh.
That's funny.
Uh-oh. It's flashing lights up there. What should I do?
You should stop, look, and listen.
I said what?
You should stop. This is a mid-block crossing. When the lights are flashing, someone wants to cross. So we have to let the pedestrians go. We have to stop.
Okay, so you said I should stop. Crossing time. Oh.
Exactly. Or you could stop in the name of lights before you break my heart. I think it all over.
Visit Talgum.com.
All right.
Okay.
Are you ready to adjourn the meeting?
I think it gets the message across.
Well done.
I hope you all like them.
Like the bike box one.
You like the bike box one?
Yeah, really.
I wonder why, Commissioner. Okay.
My goodness.
Mayor, if I could just mention, if you go to talgov.com, we have all of those there. You can watch them. You can share them. There's also a quick little survey you can take, and if you get the answers right, because we're trying to make sure you know what to do with these 4 new devices, you're entered for some great prizes from our local businesses and also from Valdosta, from Wild Adventures. So it's a great way to get some incentive out there to come learn about how to drive this. It's part of a Public Works campaign to help improve driving in Tallahassee and make our roads safer. We have lots of people who say, I don't know what to do with these things. We thought we'd make it fun and innovative, and kudos to Heather Teeter and our WCOT staff on producing those.
Are they playing on WCOT?
We just started playing them after yesterday's launch, and we're trying to get all the local broadcast stations to play them. We're doing a heavy outreach on social media, so you'll be seeing them for several months.
That's great.
Heather is responsible.
Heather
Stand
is.
up.
Well done.
Stand up, Heather. Take responsibility. Anybody else? Anyone share anything? Yes, Commissioner.
I mentioned it earlier. My wife and I have made our final move.
Yeah, that's what you
We
think.
are in Lafayette Park in Midtown, and we're glad to be there. And
Congratulations.
it's wonderful because it's a 5-minute drive to City Hall. It's probably a 15-minute walk when it gets a little bit cooler. And I'm glad that we finished that.
That's great.
Good. Congratulations to a new home and everything. How are the babies?
They are alive and well.
Waiting for daddy.
Yeah, right.
Here they are.
Look. Have we had a meeting since the election? I was not here at the last one. Congratulations to my two colleagues.
Yeah, I think we have.
Looking forward to serving with you for the next 4 years.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Congratulations to all.
Well, I look forward to you all serving with each other for the next 4 years. Y'all will be good. All right, y'all are good. We're staying adjourned.